Good to go? Okay. Sorry for the delay. Go ahead.
All right. I guess as we've established, my name is Debbie Hunker. Thank you, Mayor and Council, for letting me speak this morning. I'm here to give my perspective on the emergency shelter as a resident of the South Side and why I would like Council to delay further commitments. Concerned citizens of this city are losing faith in City Council. The meeting with the RCMP should be a clear indication that the people who live and pay taxes in this city are fed up with the problems that continue as a result of the accommodations being supplied to addicts that make our city their hunting ground. It's time to stop continuing the narrative that all these people are homeless. Homeless is not the biggest issue. Addiction is. We cannot continue to shift the issue of the crime rate onto law enforcement while enabling the criminals to thrive with no consequences. The way things are currently, there's no need to be sober to access the facilities. The only restriction is that they can't bring their drugs or alcohol into the building. This is unacceptable. I watched the public hearing from March 13th, and I was very dismayed to see that the special interest groups in favor of the shelter have no financial stake as property owners. The stories certainly tugged at heartstrings, but while they kept talking about giving people hope, they forgot about the taxpayers that are losing hope. Most of the people who spoke had jobs that allowed for being able to come at 9 a.m. to speak in favor because the positions that they held have a direct or indirect relationship to the proceedings. I heard Mike Lake say, essentially, we need to have respectful conversations where opposing views are heard. But those of us that oppose this project are demonized as racist and heartless, and that makes speaking publicly or even writing in a deterrent. He also spoke optimistically about the staff of the Hope Mission being able to fill some of the need for police and emergency response. I don't think that that has come to fruition. It would be interesting to have access to the number of ambulances and police in a day that go out to the shelter. Being a source for government funding is not a reason to approve this project. Politicians bragging rights for securing grants and funding is nothing noble. Government on any level doesn't earn money. It taxes its citizens and spends their money how they see fit. We're tired, we're taxed to death, we get to deal with inflation, and we're also expected to support addicts that steal from us. This city is simply not big enough to deal with this. Back when this project was initiated, the stats may not have been showing the full effects of the emergency shelter. But based on the RCMP town hall presentation, it's clear that the driving force of the discouraging crime rates is the emergency shelter. When the hub was operating, the hot zone was downtown. Now that the shelter is on the south side, the hot zone is in the south. The proof of the effects was on the screen for all to see. The violence is escalating and there's no relief in sight. We are told by the RCMP that although there is a perception that Wetaskiwin is unsafe, I quote, "These are not random acts. All of the persons involved in these incidents are known to each other." End of quote. Regardless, we do not feel safe. The people of this city are speaking up. We do not want the shelter built here. I believe that you have the power at this point to not approve the final development permit. My understanding is that council approved the development permit based on preliminary plans, quote, "to promote the timely progress of the Hope Mission project," end quote. Although we have been mostly silent, we all showed up at the RCMP town hall to be heard. We were promised a town hall meeting. That needs to happen before anything further is done with the shelter. The City of Wetaskiwin retained HM Aero Aviation Consulting to conduct a study to assess the future economic and development potential of the Wetaskiwin Airport. At no small cost, I'm sure, Was there a study done on the economic impact of putting an emergency shelter in the middle of a retail area? Was there any consideration for how the established businesses were going to be affected? Mayor and council can't in good conscience say that they didn't know the negative impacts of the shelter because they've already seen it twice. The carnage caused in the downtown core when the hub was in the Civic Building and when they moved the tent city to Rock Soup was obvious. It was amazing, though, how fast things moved when the problem was set in the center of a more affluent area of the city. I don't recall any town meetings with those local residents to see if they could come up with short-term solutions to the problem. And yet that's exactly what was expected of the Southside businesses, even though the problems were not of their making. You are not listening, and the city is screaming. You are not listening, and this city is slowly dying under your watch. Our property values are dropping on the south side, but that hasn't stopped the city from assessing our properties higher to gain more property tax dollars. Many of us would get out if we could, but the situation makes it nearly impossible to sell our homes. By accommodating a few, you have negatively affected many. I urge City of Wetaskiwin Mayor and Council to wait with any further approvals until after the town hall meeting that was promised at the RCMP town hall. You need to hear from the people that have the biggest financial stakes, the taxpayers, and just as importantly, the voters. Continuing to forge ahead with this project is going to push the city in a direction there may be no coming back from. This concludes my comments, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Randall Cannell.
Randall Knoll, and I'm not going to say a whole big bunch, but I can't for the life of me understand why these council members, why you are so for this shelter when everybody at every meeting so far has been so far against it. The south side businesses, every business is affected. If you don't go to Walmart to shop, you're not going to come here for anything else either. And who's going to go down there? When you drive into the south end of town, it looks like you're driving into Skid Row. People sleeping on the sidewalk, sleeping on the grass. People hanging around the mall and stuff like that. Like, it's ludicrous. When the Southside businesses call for backup from the RCMP or from bylaw, nobody shows up. When we report a crime, when we report that we've been broken into or something, same thing, nobody shows up for days. Like, it's ridiculous. And everything, as Debbie said, we're racist or something that puts it off on something else. It's not. It's just tax-paying people that want to run our businesses and not have to deal with this stuff. And again, I can't understand why anybody on this council can, in good conscience, when they know that all the people in this town, or virtually all the people, are against this, why you guys are still going at it head as hard as you can. It's absolutely ridiculous. There's no money in it for any of the people that live here. People are losing their business. Those people on the south side, like Pizza Hut, 75% of his revenue is gone. You can't keep a business running on 25%. It's nuts. And he shouldn't be expected to, but yet he's still expected to pay his full amount of taxes. And again, back to that RCMP town hall, you were the one that came and said, we're going to have a public meeting. We want a public meeting. We want it on a Friday night. We want it on a regular weekend. We want it advertised in the newspaper at least 2 weeks ahead of time so that people can come and have their say. And we wanted to start at a decent hour at 6 o'clock so that people can attend. And we wanted to go to midnight if it have to. But we want a question and answer. We want the council there. We want Rick Wilson there. We want everybody there that's involved so that people can get it off their chest. Because a lot of the people don't really know what's going on. If they knew what the business people were actually putting up with, people breaking in nightly into some businesses, and again, with no response from the RCMP or bylaw. This is all wrong, completely wrong. Giving away our land that you had valued at $350,000 when you're building your other land in town here at $250,000 per acre, that's wrong. There's so many things about this whole homeless shelter that is wrong, that should never happen. And yet, you guys are just going at it as hard as you can to try and pass it. We don't want it. Nobody wants it. It's not doing any good. All you're doing is bringing these people in, letting them sleep it off, and right the next day going right back out again. Who puts a homeless shelter in the middle of 4 liquor stores and a pot store? They need to be in a walled facility where they go in, they dry out, and are looked after. An addiction center is not set up in the middle of 4 liquor stores and a pot store. Like the whole thing, it's a system made to fail. It failed downtown at the Hub, it failed at Rock Soup, and it's failing in the South End. So how long do we have to play this experiment game? It's not working, it hasn't worked, it's not gonna work. And this is with a 30 or 40 bed shelter, whatever you got now, and then you wanna build something 180 beds, something 4 times the size? We can't handle this, the city can't handle it, the people can't handle it. People wanna sell their homes, the real estate's worth nothing. Nobody's gonna come here and buy a business or set up a business. We haven't had 1 new home built in Wetaskiwin this year. Home builders won't come here because the crime rate's so high. We're not just high, we're the 3rd highest in the province. That speaks volumes in itself. We've always had problem with homeless, but a very few, and we've been able to deal with it. But now when you start bringing them in from all over the country, from Red Deer, from Edmonton, Rocky Mountain House, we don't need that. The community doesn't need that, and the community didn't elect any of you people for that. And yet here we are. Again, you guys are all going at it as hard as you can to pass this thing when the citizens are all steadfast against it. It's time that we're heard. You want our tax dollars, but where do we get it when people won't come here and buy from our businesses? Like it's wrong. It's totally wrong, everything you guys are doing right now to do with this shelter. This shelter needs to go away, not a new one, not a bigger one. The one we've got needs to go away. This isn't our problem. Again, without being racist, most of these people are Indigenous, 90% of them. Go to Hobbema, go to Muscovicese, whatever you want to call it, and let them deal with it. This wasn't our problem to start with. Their problem with addiction, alcohol, child abuse, whatever, that all started on the reserve. But yet now they're going to come to Wetaskiwin and we're supposed to fix it. That's wrong. That shouldn't be expected from us. We didn't make the problem, but yet we're the ones getting stuck with the problem. So, when are we going to get a public meeting? Mr. Mayor?
We're working on the virtual public hearing, or the public meeting.
Okay, well, we'll be
So
looking
it'll be advertised.
in the paper.
Yep.
We want at least 2 weeks' notice on this so that people can come and attend.
Thank you. Thank you for your time. Next, Audrey Bannister.
I'm probably going to go over a few of the things that have already been brought up. One is, seems like nobody knows the capacity of how big the shelter is going to be. I've heard 40, I've heard 150, I've heard 180, and even at 150, that's twice what our hospital bed capacity is. What benefit is it going to be to the people that use it? Right now, it seems like it's a flop center or a drop-in center. Any of our meetings, and I understand there are some people from Hope Mission here today, but any of our other meetings that we had, I didn't see anybody or hear about anybody from Hope Mission to be there to defend this shelter. Why was Wetaskiwin picked to have this shelter built? It's very obvious that the people in Wetaskiwin after the last 2 meetings don't want it. I think we do need something, but not at the capacity and the size that are looking at doing. Also, who pays for this? And how do they get paid? Is it by the number of beds? Why it's wanting to be built so big? And why is council so intent on helping the minority instead of the majority? It seems like we're not being heard by anything we say to the people here. When we do ask questions, we don't get answers. I brought up something a year and a half ago, and I'm actually still waiting from the city to hear back about the mobile. And I think another thing, none of you guys that I know of, other than Joe, and your people are daily, that have businesses down in the cores where all of this has been going on. You don't worry about the safety of your staff, that they're constantly at risk with what's going on down there. As I've said before in the meeting, I've had clients murdered, stabbed, beaten up. I have had their properties destroyed, and myself. It's the first time I've ever had to have security cameras on my house and lock my door. And it's not only the homeless, it's the drug houses in town. I just found out a week and a half, 2 weeks ago, there was one 3 doors from my house. And another one now I just found out on the weekend, half a block from my office. It just seems like we're not being heard here, and I'm gonna follow up with Randy. There's been 2 houses new built in about the last 5 years in Wetaskiwin. And that's my business, is real estate. I have tried to bring builders to town, developers to town, and they get roadblocks at City Hall as far as their development and the rules and deposits the city wants. I really feel the city isn't pro-development because we've been stagnant for so long, and a lot of it has to do with our crime rate and what's going on in this city. Like, let's quit painting rainbows on the streets and do something for the streets, fix them. And the only new project that has come is Larry's Legacy View, which is a retirement place, and that's even stalled off because of the condition of our city. And I have heard comments also from City Hall, I won't say who, but that they really don't care what's going on because they're only going to be here for a few more months and then they're out of here. And that's the feeling I get from council, is that you're only here for a short time, not a long time anymore. I've lived in here for over 50 years, love Wetaskiwin, but the last few years it's a love-hate relationship, and my livelihood relies on loving Wetaskiwin and bringing people here. We just don't grow. We need investors. We've been at our population for years now. The only place that's grown less than us is Millet. So we need to do something. And it starts with us not being number 1 or number 2 for the crime center of Alberta, Canada. So that's all I got to say. I got more, but a lot of it's been said.
Great, thanks, Audrey.
Thank you. Randy, I'm going to need a coat. I've had my knees replaced, so I got no strength. Thank you.
Dale Unland?
Thank you so much, Mayor and Council. I fully support what's already been said. I don't want to reiterate a bunch of this. I guess my biggest concern, and I feel for Council and the Mayor, is that there has been so much time spent on this project and not enough time spent on building Wetaskiwin. This has not done anything for building Wetaskiwin. And we have to get through this problem that's been created, and we have to put an end to it. And to expand the shelter is not the answer. We must put an end to this and get on building Wetaskiwin, not dealing with a very small portion of our population. Let's move forward, guys, with a project that will build Wetaskiwin. This has really, really tore down Wetaskiwin. That's all I've got to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Looking for an adoption of the agenda. Councillor Nielsen, any additions or deletions?
Please, sir.
Go ahead.
I have 2 topics to be added to the agenda, please. The first one is Central Alberta Homeless Data Collection.
Give me 1 second. 15.2. Okay.
And the second topic is the Community Safety Plan. Thank you.
15.3. Anything else? Councillor Billingsley?
Yes, I'd like to add additional security service to assist with law enforcement.
$15.4. Anything further? Okay, so 15.2 Central Alberta Homeless Data Collection. Those in favor of adding that to the agenda? Added. 15.3 Community Safety Plan. Those in favor? Added. And 15.4 Additional Security Service. Those in favor? Also added. Thank you. Looking for an approval of the agenda as amended. Councillor Nielsen.
So moved.
Those in favor? Carried unanimously. Item 4, approval of the minutes. Any errors or omissions? Go ahead, Councillor Aberley.
My mistake.
4. You don't want to move them? You don't want to move? You don't want to move the minutes?
Oh, no, I thought somebody else had. I apologize.
No, that's okay. Moved by Councillor Aberley. Any errors or omissions? Ready for the question? Those in favor? Carried unanimously. Item 6, consent agenda. Go ahead, Councillor Elliott.
Mr. Mayor, I would like to pull item 6.1 from the consent agenda just for discussion, please.
6.1 will become,
Road assessment report.
yep, we'll go into committee of the whole, 9.6. Okay, looking for a motion to approve the rest.
So moved.
Those in favor? Carried unanimously. Item 8, delegations. We've got Carly Dolan.
I'm just here for budget.
Oh, okay, I had you here as a delegation.
Well, they told me to fill it out.
Oh, okay, we'll move on to Kayla comment. Good morning.
Good morning. So I submitted a presentation for funding requests for Citizens on Patrol. So I guess I can kind of go through that. So it's building safer communities by mobilizing citizens throughout Alberta to participate in community-based crime prevention initiative in cooperation with local law enforcement agencies. The benefits of a COP program is that it's a citizen-run program, community involvement, extra eyes and ears for RCMP and bylaw, structured reporting procedures ensure proper evidence is submitted in a timely manner. Additional presence in the community could deter crime, utilizes experience of community members to reduce crime. Some of the members have security sector or related experience. Supports crime reporting and utilizing additional resources. So the different types of COP programs that are offered are vehicle, bike, and foot patrols, speed watch, crime prevention checks, and special events. Required patrol equipment. So each patrol vehicle is required to have one patrol pack per pair on shift. And it's to be picked up and dropped off at the beginning and end of shifts, which allows for alternating use of equipment. We're seeking equipment to supply a maximum of 4 packs per patrol period. I do have a list of things that are there that would be required for the packs, as well as any additional costs. And then on the next page, just adds a little bit of an estimated total. We did hand out donation request letters to the community. From my understanding, the community is stretched a little bit thin in terms of donations because everything's starting up with school again. So there's a lot of people are doing fundraising currently. And then I guess as well, we were referred to the community grant program from the city. However, our registration is not completed as of yet. So we had submitted everything on August the 4th. And a follow-up on August 18th that they are working on May 16th paperwork. But will contact us when they're working on August documents. If anyone has questions.
Go ahead, Councillor Nielsen.
I move the City Council accepts the presentation by Wetaskiwin Citizens on Patrol Association as information. I have some questions.
Councillor Nielsen. Go ahead, Councillor Billingsley.
Thank you. Through the chair to Kayla. To get started, you're looking at about $4,300. So how many volunteers are you going to require to take on this project, and how many do you have now?
Currently, we have probably 10 people that are signed up. I am working on doing an information session because it was supposed to be mentioned at the town hall in a little bit more depth, but there was a lot going on at that. So I do have probably 30 people that are interested in attending information session, or I guess there might be more.
And in your talk about your startup cost of $4,300, you have an additional cost. Have you drawn up a budget what the ongoing costs are going to be out throughout the year? And have you thought about how that funding model will work?
There shouldn't be too much for maintenance-wise, other than like monthly data costs for the iPads. And the reason that it's required to be iPad is because the Patrol app only runs on Apple. So that means that anybody that has Androids are not able to use their phone because it's not compatible with it.
Thank you. And also, I just wanted to say thank you for your hard work on this.
Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through to Kayla. Kayla, thank you for organizing this. My question, citizens on patrol are supposed to be the eyes and ears for the enforcement establishment. Many, many years ago, I was on Citizens on Patrol. We donated our gas. We paid for the gas ourselves. And as eyes and ears, we were told not to get out of the vehicle, that all we had to do was, if we saw something, then we phoned the RCMP. So I'm wondering why all of this equipment is required if you are just the eyes and ears and all you need to do is phone the RCMP if you see something happening in our community.
So like the dash cams and SD cards, obviously that would be important for capturing footage or evidence of anything that's going on. First aid kits, in terms of if somebody is injured, obviously we're not just going to leave somebody that's injured. Traffic wands, so we also do speed watch programs and things like that, or if there is anything in the evening, then traffic wands can be utilized that way. And the safety vests are just a part of the equipment to be able to identify. So it will have citizens on patrol on it.
So you're saying that there's going to be some training involved. There has to be training involved if you're going to use wands and control speed and things. Is that included in your budget?
So the training is done by us as well as RCMP.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Councillor Bronco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Had a couple questions.
Mike. Talk to Mike.
Sorry, talk to Mike. Liability. So you say $200 for insurance. What is that covering? 'Cause if you're using the city of Wetaskiwin and we're subsidizing you, basically, is there any way that it can come back to the city of Wetaskiwin? As a liability, if something goes wrong, because you're getting grants, it's almost like you're an employee. Could be wrong, I could be corrected, but what is there any liability to come back to the city?
From my knowledge, the insurance does cover the liability of the program, and then as well, any members are supposed to be reporting to their vehicle insurance as well that they're using it for additional patrols, so that should also cover liability.
Because $200 seems pretty cheap for insurance to cover all these vehicles. And my other question is,
Sorry to interrupt, it's actually through ACOPA, so they require everyone to be insured under their insurance, so I'm not sure if they have a group insurance or something like that for liability-wise.
so these vehicles being used, you don't know if they're going to be approved by their insurance or not, because if you're using your vehicle for...
No, it's a society insurance.
Okay.
For the group itself. You mandatory have to be insured.
So any repairs or if there's an incident, damages to these vehicles, their insurance would cover. But the repairs, is that the burden of the owner of the vehicle?
I believe that would be why we're supposed to notify our vehicle insurance separately to let them know that we will be using it for patrolling. So
Yeah, I understand that if there's damages during the insurance, but the repair, not in an accident, but the average daily repair or fuel to these vehicles are a burden to the owner of the vehicle, not to the insurance.
Do you have insurance that covers your fuel?
No, but if I use my vehicle for business purposes,
It's
I'm
not
not-
business purposes. This is a volunteer organization.
Unless we were to get donations of gas cards or anything like that.
thank you.
Anything further? Councillor Nielsen?
Thank you. Through the chair. To Kayla. Can you give me sort of the idea about your relationship, Citizens on Patrol, with RCMP and bylaw? And what I'm really trying to get at is, do they direct where you spend your time and attention, or do you just meander through this city while on patrol?
So from my conversations with them, they would let us know different hotspots that are around town, or if there's areas that they specifically would like patrolled. And then if we have, I guess, additional people that are on shift, then they can patrol other areas of town as well.
Okay. And is there oversight? So as you launch this project, is there oversight by a provincial or national body that assists with training or anything of that nature? Or are you a separate entity of and to yourself?
So we do have to follow ACOPA guidelines for everything. So they do have their own training system. They are always available to answer any questions that we might have in regards to things.
Okay. And my last question, Kayla, would be, when would you be hoping to launch this project and actually have boots on the ground, so to speak?
As soon as our paperwork comes through.
Thank you.
Councillor Aberley?
Thank you, Mayor Gandam. Through the chair to Kayla, I too would like to thank you. I'm going to start with that. And I have a couple questions, but the first is, we joke around here about acronyms. What is ACOPA?
So it's the Alberta Citizens on Patrol Association.
Thank you. And that is a provincial body under which you would be responsible to?
Yes, and then they are under Canada.
Under a federal one, thank you. We were speaking last week, we had coffee with the Mounties. There was a coffee with the Mounties project, and you were there, and we got talking about vigilantes. Can you, because it was my understanding that that is why programs like this did not happen or were not successful, and is why it didn't, one of the reasons it wasn't successful. Can you speak to that, so we're not opening ourselves to that?
So everyone is required to do security clearances, as well as meet with our liaison. So in terms of that, we have our own guidelines and things like that that people are required to follow, where they're able to be immediately excused if they're violated.
Thank you. And then my last question is, if you could just speak a little bit as to whether or not there are other activities that the group would do. And the reason I'm bringing this up is, let's say Karen is not comfortable being one of these people on a foot patrol or a car patrol. That is not something that I can see me doing. And one of the things I like about this project is that it allows all of us to take back some of our fear, if we do or don't have it, and we'll take back some of our power. But if I'm not comfortable on the streets, are there other things that are part of the project that we could, as a larger community, do to help citizens on patrol?
I mean, we would be able to do special events. So in the case of doing anything like that, we would be more than happy to have volunteers to help us with that, as well as and possibly speed watch or crime prevention checks. So those we could receive assistance from volunteers for.
Thank you.
Councillor Blatz.
Thank you. Through the mayor to Kayla, once again, thank you so much for putting so much time and effort into this. My question is more or less because I noticed that in the packs that you guys are going to be having, there's first aid kits and gloves. And I was curious what type of medical attention you guys would be trained for, or if it's mandatory for everybody to take CPR, or because I'm just kind of confused about what those would be used for and what volunteers would be doing with it. So yeah, I was just wondering if you have any answers for those.
So the list was originally given to me from one of the directors of ACOPA, so that's just a standardized list of what they typically have on them in the case of an emergency. I believe majority of our members so far probably have first aid. So they, for the most part, probably are certified in that. So I would be able to, I guess, make sure that we have at least one certified first aid person on shift.
Okay, and my second question is, for people that are on shifts, do they have to go in pairs, or is it that you just each individually go out?
Yeah, they do have to go in pairs. So it's for safety reasons as well as reporting. You always have a witness. So yeah, in terms of that, we wouldn't allow anyone to go out on their own. And then I don't think we would be doing too much of like bike and foot patrols as of right now due to the risk of and some of the violence and stuff like that. So I think moving forward, we'll probably have like a color code system in terms of like how things have been in the community, if it would be considered safe to go out and do more in-depth patrols other than vehicle.
Awesome. Thank you very much.
Councillor Bronco.
Chair, through administration, is there any liability to the city of Wetaskiwin regarding this? Can something goes wrong, can we be accused, or because if we donate money to it, are we in any way or shape tied to this in a liability?
Through the chair to Councillor Bronco. The city has coverage in our insurance policy for volunteers, so we would be covered through there. Having said that, the city gets named in every lawsuit that happens, primarily within the city, so it depends on the situation, but it would be protected under our insurance as well.
Thank you.
Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a comment. Councillor Aberley said something about the previous one being unsuccessful. The previous Citizens on Patrol was quite successful, and the thing was we just ran out of volunteers. But while it was operating and the number of people we had, it was an assistance that the RCMP and our peace officers did appreciate. Okay, thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Gandam. First off, sorry, that was then my misunderstanding at the meeting, so thank you for that. Just one last question, Kayla, and it just popped into my head. You were asked when you think that it would be able to get started, and you said not until the paperwork comes through. Is that the May Societies Act paperwork?
Yeah, so we're waiting for our society paperwork to come through. And when I was talking with them, it was submitted August 4th. I followed up August 18th, and they were working on May.
Yeah, that's standard. Okay. Thank you very much.
Anything further? If council were to donate $4,300 or up to $6,000 based on the additional costs, what work would the city have to do or administration have to do with the citizens on patrol to make that happen?
Through the chair to council, we just need a motion of council to send them money. It would likely be through the existing grant and aid budget for 2023. And then again, as Kayla noted, once they have their nonprofit society, then we could run it through the regular program.
Would we wait until they got their nonprofit, or is that your hope, is that once you become a nonprofit you would start this up, or is it when you get the funding you would start this up?
Ideally, I would like to try and get the funding so I can get other stuff going while we're waiting for it to come through. And then we're able to start up our training, do the information sessions, and just start, I guess, kind of being present in the community to build it up.
And they would be responsible for the same reporting that the other community grant program would be as well?
Correct.
Okay. Go ahead.
Thank you. Just a comment, I guess, is I think it would be appropriate. I put an item on the agenda for later on, a community safety plan, and I want to make sure that we don't piece it together a little bit here and a little bit there and not really understand the full impact of what we're trying to accomplish. And with no disrespect to what's going on here, and I see this potentially being an important part of a community action plan, I'd like to have the discussion that would include citizens on patrol as part of a community action plan, and really address what potential costs there are in its entirety moving forward, as opposed to bit by bit.
Thank you. Anything further? We're ready for the question. Those in favor? Carried. Thank you very much, Kayla.
Thank you.
Item 9, Committee of the Whole, staff reports for information. Welcome, Chief.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor and Council. So I'm here to present our firefighter pilot project report. Wetaskiwin Fire Service has experienced an increased need for responders due to an increasing and unsustainable growing call volume. The department's current staffing model is highly dependent on paid-on-call members. However, the department has observed a decrease in the ability of the paid-on-call members to respond during the peak times during the workday as a result of commitments to their employers and the ability to return to the community during the day. Lisa, can you pull up there's some charts. So the average number of paid-on-call staff for this reporting time, January 2022 and August 2023, was 30 to 35 paid-on-call members. Since then, our roster has decreased. In January of 2023, Wetaskiwin Fire Services initiated a full-time firefighter pilot project in response to this challenge. The pilot project started on January 4th of 2023, and it will conclude on December 31st of 2023. The project was funded from within the approved 2023 budget with a carryover funding available from 2022. So administration, we've identified the following metrics to assess the effectiveness and overall outcome of this pilot project. These metrics are calls for service, average daytime response, and shoot times. Calls for service.
Chief, council has it on their screens
Okay,
if you want to keep going.
Thank you. So calls for service as seen in Table 1, they've increased over the last 5 years with the trend continuing upwards. To reverse this trend, administration has implemented a false alarm bylaw as well as changed the response protocols for medical calls to help mitigate the increase in calls as was previously presented to council. Those types of calls have decreased. However, other emergency responses have increased, such as motor vehicle collisions, mutual aids, medical emergencies, and rescues. Wetaskiwin Fire Service is continually monitoring, excuse me, and looking for ways to reduce these call volumes. This metric reinforces the need for a staffing model that can respond to an increasing community demand. The average daytime responses, as seen in Table 2, shows the ratio of responders during our peak call times, which are Monday to Friday. The pilot project term positions were put into place to cover these times to ensure that we had the responders for these responses during the week, 9 o'clock to 5 o'clock Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Friday. We had adjusted the schedule for Thursday for the full-time pilot project so that they could attend the training in the evening with the paid-on-call staff members. The chart shows that the responses were actioned by the full-time staff, with only one paid-on-call staff member responding on average for these calls. The responders we used to have during the day are now employed elsewhere full-time, and those that used to be able to leave work to respond have been limited to responding consistently since COVID. Thursday shifts, as I had mentioned, were adjusted to allow the full-time staff to still attend training nights with the paid-on-call staff. The training program has been adjusted and enhanced by the full-time staff to ensure consistency and competency, so it was important to adjust their shift to allow them to train with the paid-on-call staff. It also allows for working relationships and camaraderie. Having full-time staff ensures that there are resources, emergency response, and administrative support during the day, during the week. Shoot times, as is shown in Table 3, shows that crew 1 to 4, which are the paid-on-call crews, and crew 5 is the full-time staff. Having full-time staff has decreased the shoot times in most instances by 50%. And just to put the definition out there, shoot time is defined as the time from the minute the dispatch notification is received to the time the apparatus has left the station. This is significant as the crews get to the emergency sooner, allowing them to start mitigating the situation sooner. This is of great benefit to medical situations. Typically, early intervention helps in more successful outcomes. This holds true to rescue situations and fire suppression activities as well, in helping decrease property damage or loss by intervening and rectifying the situation earlier. These full-time positions, as trialed during this pilot project, have provided great benefit for the City of Wetaskiwin, along with the fire department itself. We've observed the following benefits as a direct result of the pilot project. So improved firefighter response. The primary reason for turning the term positions into permanent positions is to continue to move the department forward and to ensure emergency response during the day, during the week. In 2022, we were able to staff multiple units during the day because we had staff that were not employed full-time elsewhere, as I had mentioned earlier. So they were able to respond to the daytime calls. Since then, we don't have these staff available. So we're relying solely on the full-time crew for daytime response. Reduced response times. By having the full-time staff, we reduce our response times to the emergencies. The crew is in the station and ready to respond to the city's emergencies. Faster response times in improved service delivery to this community. Efficiencies and consistency for training. An internal review of the fire department identified inconsistencies in how the training program was delivered. The full-time staff have revamped the program, ensuring that the necessary skills and abilities to operate safely are being delivered in a consistent manner. They will continue to enhance, manage, and deliver the program, making it more appealing to those looking to join the fire service. Enhanced recruitment and community engagement. Hiring full-time members means a more attractive role to potential recruits. Being a firefighter is not just responding to calls, but it also involves community engagement and fire prevention activities such as parades, open houses, school tours, inspections, and interagency exercises. This pilot project is scheduled to end December 31st of 2023. There have been great benefits to having these staff members, and there are significant risks if we lose them once the project ends. Delayed and or low turnout of paid-on-call employees during daytime work hours, increased workload for existing full-time employees, increased demand from Wetaskiwin businesses, continued staff burnout with low morale, continued attrition from paid-on-call employees, reduction in level of service reduction in the level of service that the department can provide, misalignment with the city's quality management plan, RQMP, and possible legal ramifications due to the lack of responders and resources. The community needs the assurance and understanding that they will have a crew responding to their emergency in a safe and expedient manner. City employees need to be assured they work in a safe environment with the necessary resources available to mitigate emergent responses and have the capacity to do so. Administration has also submitted an operating business case to support a full-time firefighter staffing model moving forward as part of the 2024 budget.
Perfect. Thank you. Councillor Aberle.
Thank you, Mayor Gandam. I move that City Council accepts the firefighter pilot program update dated September 25, 2023 as information.
Moved by Councillor Aberle. Any questions? Go ahead, Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through to the chief. I'm just wondering, if there's a fire call, how many people usually would respond?
During the day, during the week?
Yes.
Currently, it's the 3 full-time staff members.
And
And we've had, on average, 1 paid-on-call staff on standby.
And in the evening, how many people would, or on a weekend, how many people would respond?
Depends on the weekend, and it depends on the evening as well. Right now, we've got between 5 and 8.
So during the day, we can suppress fire with 3 people, but on weekends and evenings, we need 5 to 8 people? I'm just trying to get this in my mind.
So during the weekday, once the earlier response, they can go and size up the scene. If we need mutual aid, then that's when we would call mutual aid. Or if we have those that are on standby, then we can call them out. Myself or Deputy Chief Plant also can respond during the day, depending on the situational update. In the evening, we have more resources available.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Billingsley. Councillor Aberle.
Thank you, Mayor Gandam. Through the chair to Chief Coleman. I find it interesting that our calls for service continue to go up. And I sort of have a 2-part question. Is one, do you have a suspicion as to why that may be? Are there more fires, or is that just something I'm imagining? And B, do these paid on call, no, not the paid on call, excuse me, do the full-time firefighters, are they successful in helping with community engagement in that, and I'm thinking community safety in ways that we can better protect, say, our house or the wildfires that you've had to deal with, things like that?
Great questions. Through the chair to Councillor Aberle. So in emergency services, calls typically go on trends, and it can depend on anything. It can depend on time of year, it can depend on weather, it can depend on trends in the community. Crime rates go up, typically we get more emergency calls. It's right now, the data that we have collected from the City of Wetaskiwin Fire Department, there's not enough data to see what trend we're on. So to tell when it's going to go up, when it's going to go down, there's not really any hard evidence at this point. We are going through the master plan process right now. Our consultant is also looking through our calls, our stats, other areas, and looking for trends. So there's that piece of it. And sorry, what was the second question?
When I think to community safety being our second strategic direction, and that would include fire services, and do the full-time staff versus the paid on call, is there a greater opportunity for community engagement in how we can help protect ourselves from fires in general?
Sorry, at this point there is. So our full-time staff members have engaged in fire prevention activities as well. When they're not responding to the calls, they're still available to do the school tours, the open houses. Our fire prevention activities have also been greatly staffed by the full-time members, getting out into the community. This is how to do a fire safety plan. This is absolutely.
Thank you.
Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through to the chief. Chief, I was just wondering, with the open mic earlier, does fire services get called to deal with overdoses?
Yes, we do.
And how many calls would that be? I don't mean to put you on the spot, but is it significant, or?
I can't speak to that at this time. I'm sorry, I don't have the.
No, and I'm sorry, that's an unfair question to get the numbers, but you do respond to overdoses.
We do.
And so that's part of maybe why calls for service could be up?
It could be,
Okay,
yes.
thank you.
Councilor Bronco.
Thank you, Tyler. My colleague had asked my question.
Go ahead, Councilor Nielsen.
Through the chair to Chief. Just previously, we were talking about recruitment program. So can you share with us what's happened? You've got a new crew that's been recruited and would be in training, and another batch in the incubator. How long from the time of recruitment to the amount of training they need before they are actually ready to go on call?
Another great question through the chair to Councillor Nielsen. So we just started 6 new recruits. They do have their pagers. Previous to me coming to the city, it was a year-long process, and they would get their pagers. We've changed the recruitment process to give them the necessary training within 1 to 1.5 months to be able to respond, to be able to be safe on a scene. It doesn't mean that they can do all the skills, but those 6 recruits that we had started are responding now. So we do have the support activities from them, and we just finished another recruitment, and I believe there's 8 potential new recruits. So when we finish the recruitment, we put the posting out, we accept applications, and then we go through with the applications and the resumes and cover letters. We'll do the interviews and then a physical, and then our next recruit class that we start would be January 1st, and hopefully all 8 make it to that January 1st start date.
Great. And when they do that and you hand over the pager and all that, is there any kind of formal procedure or formal announcement that we've got all these new recruits?
Not at this time.
Okay.
It's something that we can work on.
And I think you've got great support within the community, and I think it would be beneficial to the community to know that we do have, in a time like Councillor Ellie was talking about, where volunteerism is sort of a dying breed, to let our community know that we do have new recruits standing up to serve their community. And I think that'd be a good endorsement of what's going on with the fire department. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilor Bronco.
Thank you, Chair, through Fire Chief. Will council be able to get information on, let's say, the intoxication or the overdoses, how many times you went, or just information?
Through the chair to Councillor Branco, we can provide the stats on, we don't have all of them. A lot of them comes in as a mutual aid or a medical aid and that type of stuff. And then we go in and we mitigate the situation, or we just go and assist the ambulance, the medics, and a lot of times we don't get what the outcome or what, it's all speculation, right? We don't get the specifics. We go in and we do the assist, and then.
Thank you.
Anything further? Do you know what our calls to date are so far this year?
Almost 800.
Today, wow. Ready for the question? Those in favor? Carried unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you.
Enforcement Services Operation Report 9.2. Welcome, sir.
Morning, Mayor and Council. Everybody can hear me? Because I also have a mic problem, so. This morning, I'm just going to give you guys a brief, high-level overview of our general operations over the last few years. So I have a slideshow there. Just make sure you guys can follow along there. Just let me know if you guys see it.
Yeah, we have it on our
We have it as well.
Okay. All right, so I'm going to go with after the main title slide there, I'm going into the program and service delivery. So basically, this is just based on the service levels that council approved in July 2023 for our current staffing levels. So again, just go over the brief overview of public safety and community well-being, promoting and enhancing traffic safety, our commercial vehicle program, assisting emergency services, requests for assistance from various community groups as well as multi-agency cooperation, property concerns and compliance, animal control operations. And then we do our community relationships and engagement, and then also have an automated traffic enforcement program. On to the next slide there will just be, again, overview of our current structure. So with enforcement services, we have two kind of branches. We have administration and operations. In our administration, we have the CPO sergeant, which is myself, and an admin watch clerk. Myself, basically, I'm strictly administrative, but currently I still do emergency response as required. I also do respond to requests for supervised by the on-duty officers, as well as I do back up our officers as well if they require going to various calls. Our bylaw services, just want to make a note of that. As of a program change by the Alberta government, our bylaw enforcement officers are no longer sworn peace officers, so it's just our community peace officers now are sworn peace officers. We've had a vacant bylaw officer position since the start of the year. We have hired a term officer starting in the spring that should hopefully be running training, but that runs until December 31st. And then currently we actually are in the process of hiring that vacancy right now. On to the next slide for emergency concerns. So just kind of highlighting high level again what some of the concerns that we're looking in our department. One of them is staff burnout and mental health, and this is just related to high workloads. Delayed responses to community concerns and requests. Now we're stacking calls for officers. Increased complaints related to public behaviors and social disorder. Again, we're assisting other agencies based on concerns for their safety, as well as assisting RCMP for non-emergent calls. That forward is decrease in proactive patrols and enforcement, and then our ability to attract and retain competent staff, and that's based on our high workloads. So I'm just going to go over some general, this is now the general duty operations stats. So the first slide here, that's going to show our 7-year trend with the average increase, other than 2021 having a little bit of a spike. The average increase is 11% per year from 2016 all the way to 2022. On to the next slide. Our top 5 categories out of that is our municipal enforcement, so that's our community standards, property, land use, development, and then taxi ride for hire, our municipal bylaws. That takes care of our 36% of our time. Animal control is another high one for us. It's 35% of officer time. Assist requests, again, that's from the public, RCMP, fire, and other outside agencies. That's 14%. Traffic, again, that's Traffic Bylaw and Traffic Safety Act. That takes care of 11% of our time. And then our other provincial statutes, which is our gaming and liquor, so our public in-talks, Environmental Protection Act, our illegal dumping, and other provincial statutes is 4%. And then we do have another, but there are not enough calls there to make a percentage there. Other note that we should make as well as in our categories is that files have become more complex in some of our property compliance, requiring the extended follow-ups, the requirement of maintaining and issuing court orders, so attending court for that, as well as having to involve multiple agencies to create task force to tackle some of these problems. That takes up a lot of our officer time as well for some of these more complex files. On to the next slide. So kind of talk about our proactive work. So then this is just our trend over the last 7 years, ranging from about 13%. That we did have a spike up to almost 23% of our files were self-generated. And that note, the reason we had a spike in 2021 is we actually had 2 additional bylosses for the summer. Up until December there, we had 2 extra bodies on the road as well. So it had us up to, I think, about 5. So on to the next one now. So it kind of, we talk about workloads, so how do we quantify that? So basically, for here, I'm not going to go to all the numbers here, but just kind of shows you the trend that we're in the red. Those are our file loads in comparison to other agencies. I just kind of did the multi-year averages just to kind of report on it. So for the trend from 2016 to 2022 for Wetaskiwin, we had 956 files per officer. Stony Plain, there had 494 files per officer. Leduc, 376 files per officer. Edson, 764 files per officer. Spruce Grove, 452 files per officer. And then Fort Saskatchewan at 376 files per officer, kind of showing you the trend. That's for the urban. I also did kind of pull from the rural counties as well. So the next slide there, yeah, it shows our kind of files, and then as well as I kind of included RCMP here. They were fortunate enough to give me some files here for comparison. So again, we're at 956. RCMP average is 332, and that's more their kind of criminal code investigative. They're not including the kind of minor files in there. Wetaskiwin County, our kind of counterparts next door, they're at 141 files per officer. Camrose County is 88 files per officer, and then Parkland County is at 237 files per officer. All right. So on the next slide, this is kind of warnings and tickets. So the reason I put this slide is in here, we don't generate a file for everything. So if it's not an investigative file, we don't generate it, we can issue a ticket. That ticket itself is, for us, is deemed a file because the ticket can have pictures, investigation to it, but we don't generate a file for it. So this kind of shows the trend of our warnings versus tickets over the years, as well as the number in red is our automated traffic enforcement. So that's how much percentage of the tickets we're issuing and taking up our time over the years. It's kind of getting, since 2018, it's getting kind of 4 to 4%. And then 2019, we had a change in vendors. Then 2020, we fired up again. It was 36% of our time spent on tickets. 2021 showed that we spent 77% of our time dealing with ATE tickets. And 2022 was 66% of our time. So that would just kind of give you an idea of that. So with that being said, I did also reach out to agencies just to see what their average is per officer for tickets issued. So again, for the urban side, Wetaskiwin, we're issuing 806 tickets per officer on that multi-year average. Stony Plain is 300 tickets per officer. Leduc was unable to provide any information. Edson, their average, it's now kind of climbing, but their average is 54 tickets per officer. Spruce Grove was 296 tickets per officer issued, and then Fort Saskatchewan was 317. And then the counties, they had a little bit higher because they're doing some more urban, or not urban, but road infrastructure. So compared to us, again, 806, Wetaskiwin County was gave their information at 554 tickets per officer, and Parkland's at 293 tickets. So again, just showing some where our time is spent as well dealing with tickets for our general duties. So that kind of concludes our general duty stuff. Now I'm including automated traffic enforcement because we do operate that out of our general duties. We don't actually have a separate officer or admin for this. So I kind of wanted to go over that. So some background on that. So this is just kind of to my knowledge because I haven't been in this role for very long, but since 2006, the City of Wetaskiwin has operated an automated traffic enforcement program. The original purpose for automated traffic is to enhance traffic safety within our community and reduce the severity of collisions. Since the implementation, the automated traffic guidelines have changed, most recently in 2019, and then they decided, the government of Alberta changed it again in 2022. With the recent government changes and the regulations, it has a lot of municipalities reviewing their existing automated traffic enforcement programs. Some additional background was that in 2006 to 2010, we had a hybrid operation, so it was operated by enforcement staff, and then we had a vendor, which was Megatech at the time. Then in 2010 to 2017, it was a full turnkey operation with the Global Traffic Group, doing all operations, so there was no involvement really from the city at all in that program. Then in 2018, we went back to a hybrid operation until 2019 with Breckford Traffic Safety Group, again, having enforcement staff operate the program, day-to-day stuff, and then just having the vendor kind of processing our tickets. And then in 2019 to present, we're still operating a hybrid model with enforcement staff operating it and a vendor with Recflex as our current vendor. So, again, yeah, so the program overview, again, mobile. So for the mobile side of stuff, yeah, we operate mainly out throughout locations of the community. It's mainly playground zones. So that's therefore we operate from 7:30 to 9 p.m. Based on those hours. We look for 30 hours per officer per month for an annual deployment hours of 1,080. As far as our intersection devices, we have 3 in the city of Wetaskiwin. They enforce both speed on green and red lights, and then they're selected by intersections prior to my involvement, but based on high collision areas, and they operate 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And then we're mandated to perform monthly inspections by enforcement staff and Redflex staff. So just some stats, again, for unedited, so just, yeah, next slide. So, oops, can we go back one? We're missing one. Should be one there. Keep going. Oh, it's missing. All right, I'll just read it off here. So basically, over the years, from 2017 to 2022, total tickets issued were ranging from 1166 to 2022, we issued 2,975 tickets. For the 2020 to 2022, we added the intersection devices, so that was a huge spike in tickets. With speed on green tickets being issued were 2,148. Red light tickets were 506, and then our mobile deployments had 321 tickets. All right, so now onto this one here. So obviously as tickets increase, we've kind of been seeing a trend, and the collision stats were graciously provided by the RCMP to show that tickets are going up, but so is our collisions, so it's not really having the effect that it was anticipated to have, that we would reduce our collisions. So go on to the next slide. So there's the volume one. So keep going. There we go. So the next three slides are going to kind of go over the revenue, expenses, and then the total operations for cost. So just be aware, as I explained, so from your 2010 to about 2017, that was all operated by Global. So there's going to be some high expenses in there for operations. And then from 2017 to 2019 was that when we moved in-house with Breckford. And then from 19 to 2022 and 2023 is now in-house again with Red Flex. So here you can see some high revenue over the next, or I guess, 13 years I have here. And if we go to the next slide, which will be the expenses, again, shows that 2010 to 2016, again, high expenses, but that's because it's all operated as a turnkey solution, so that's a lot of administrative costs. Then in 2017, we took over until 2023, so we kind of reduced some of those expenses, but we still have some administrative expenses and staffing expenses. Then on to the next slide for your net total. This is where it kind of shows, we had some high revenue, but based on high administrative costs from 2010 to 17, really didn't net some totals, but just showing you that net. And then when we took over in 2018, we had obviously kind of running in the red until 2022 and 2023, we kind of bumped back up into the black. So just to kind of give you the operations and the impact on enforcement services. So again, this is, like I said, I just brought this slide back for the tickets just to show you that, where our revenue and some of our total operation costs, and also where our time is now being spent on violation tickets. So the next slide then too just shows some of the operational duties, administrative duties. So the upper green line, that's our deployments. So from 2017 to 2019, we kind of only had the mobile, so we actually had a lot of deployments. Then in 2020, we introduced the intersection devices, so some of our mobile deployments went down based on staff capacity, as well as we had also added the mobile devices. So the deployments are about 2 hours, is how much time is spent on average per mobile deployment. And then for where we talk about the validation checks, so that's that second green line, it's about 3 to 4 hours of time spent per deployment for those monthly. And then our blue line, we just show that when we're dealing with technical issues, that could be anywhere from 30 minutes to hours if we're on the phone trying to get that solution sorted out. And that's all I have for now, so any questions after?
Councillor Nielsen.
I move the City Council receives the Enforcement Services Operations Report dated September 25, 2023 as information. I do have some questions.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Trent, if we go to, well, I guess the first slide, it's program and service delivery. Let me back up here. Sorry, emerging concerns. Can you help me connect the dots? Delayed response time to community concerns and requests, increased complaints related to public behaviors and social disorders, and decreased proactive patrols. So is it safe for me to make an assumption that as we have received, or as you have received, increased complaints related to public behaviors and social disorder, that results in delayed responses to community concerns and decreased proactive patrols? Like, what is the correlation in this particular piece of the document?
Yeah, so it's a good question. So yeah, basically they're all intertwined. So a higher call volume, we're stacking calls. So like right now, Any given time, there could be one officer. Depending on the time, there could be 0 officers. So those calls are getting stacked. So the next officer that comes in now has to go through all those stacked calls. But then if they get another call, which we will deem a priority call, depending on what it is, public behavior, or some other stuff for us, which is in our matrix, they'll leave those calls and go deal with that call. And those calls now are still stacked. So then if they get time in the day, they'll go back to the stacked calls. Therefore, there's no time in the day to do any proactive work because they're just going from call to call to call to call.
So that would partly explain some of our community's frustration with we've made a request and the comment, no response. And their call's stacked in there and
It's stacked in there somewhere, yeah.
okay. And do your officers administer naloxone?
They carry it with them, but we haven't to date had to do that. So
You haven't.
usually, as if it's a co-response, fire is usually right behind us, if not there before us.
And when you talk about increased complaints related to public behavior and social disorder, what would the predominant issues be? that you
Right
get?
now, it's going to be our public intoxication, suspicious persons, suspicious vehicles, and then encampments.
Encampments.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Councillor Blatz.
Through the chair to Trent. I am so I was looking at that chart that you had for the automated traffic enforcement, and you don't have 2023 numbers, which is okay, but just seeing for the last 2 years, like how much time that's taken up for officers. Would you say that that number has gone down at all in this year for how much time it's taking for officers to weed through the automated tickets? Or do you think that it's kind of holding the line between the 66 to 77% of your time?
The higher the tickets, the more involvement we'll have. So like I don't have those numbers with you, but there's court time, court prep time. Then I review all if it's court, I review all of that. So, and then Heather, for instance, she also tracks all the payments. Because we are a hybrid operation, we have to track all our payments separately because they come to us, and then she has to communicate that to the vendor too for some of our agreements. So, yeah, so the higher the ticket volume, the more that will be. So,
It's pretty safe to say then that if we didn't have automated traffic enforcement, that you would have more time to do other things in the community?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Is there a change in the volume of traffic? I've noticed the number of tickets have gone up, but so has the number of traffic collisions. Are we seeing more volume through those intersections, or is it?
So that is a great question to the chair. So they are supposed to report on that. We actually found a glitch that our vendor isn't providing what the total stats are. So we've corrected that. So obviously we'll start getting that kind of stat. But I also see that there is probably some trends. But also from my experiences doing traffic enforcement, it's just there's not enough of us out there doing actual traffic. So therefore the cameras are going to pick up a lot. So.
Anything further? We're ready for the question. Those in favor? Carried unanimously. Thanks for your time, Sergeant. We are going to take a 10-minute break. 2-minute warning. Sorry? Yeah, 2-minute warning I just gave, so we'll be reconvening right away. 2. All right, welcome back. 9.3, we're getting into 2024 budget process, outside agencies, presentation to council. And we will start with Carly.
So anyone need paper copies before I sit down? You guys got it? Okay.
You know, Carly, can I steal one?
Yes.
2, maybe 3.
You guys want some too? Okay, here's one.
Pretty soon I'll need those.
I know, I just want all of us to.
Your eyes are better than mine. I won't open that. You bet. Couple times.
Okay, so I'm here to present today on our 2024 budget. I just wanted to start with a little bit of background and some highlights from 2023. So next slide, please. And for those who aren't aware, FCSS provincial program is an 80-20 split. So it's an agreement between the provincial government and the municipality. The provincial government provides 80% of our annual budget, and the municipality also chimes in their 20%.
Carly, can you just check your mic, please? Make sure it's on.
That would help, wouldn't it?
There we go.
See, but I have a loud mom voice, so I tricked you there for a while. Okay, let me restart. Definition of prevention: proactive process that strengthens the protective factors of individuals, families, and communities to promote well-being, reduce vulnerabilities, enhance quality of life, and empowers them to meet challenges of life. So this is the definition that my agency works within to address the key social issues that we discussed previously. All right, so let's move on to our program and event highlights from 2023. We've been busy, and obviously it's not over yet, but I wanted to highlight a few of the programs and services that we are most excited about from this past year. First one up is Cut It Out. So this is a program that we were so grateful for the collaboration of Camrose Women's Shelter Society and local RCMP, in particular their domestic violence member, in amending some information that we were generous enough to get from a project out of Western University. This was originally a program designed to support salon workers in addressing red flags of domestic violence, and then rerouting them to appropriate resources in the local community. So we took that program, we made it local to Alberta and Central Alberta specific resources, and then broadened it so that we are able to provide it to anyone in the community, because we feel anyone that deals with humans, which is most of us, can benefit from this awareness and the skills that are provided. So it is a 3.5-hour workshop that was provided in community, facilitated by local RCMP and a Camrose Women's Shelter outreach worker. So we intend to continue with this throughout the rest of 2023 and hopefully through 2024 as well. All right, next slide, please. One of our biggest investments for 2023 was our summer block parties. This was a great success, especially in the early phase of the summer. So we kicked this off in June and just wrapped it up a few weeks ago at the end of August. The focus here was community engagement, and hopefully to foster some volunteer engagement. As Councillor Elliott mentioned, volunteerism is definitely a challenge, and for a lot of us agencies, we rely heavily on volunteer support. So this is a crucial issue in our community. So what we did is we had a kickoff in Jubilee Park, which was very well attended in June. I believe we had over 200 people attend the first one, and then scattered them throughout local parks in the community, hoping to engage community members that may have transportation issues to get to Jubilee Park, where a lot of community engagement does happen, bringing it to their local community and allowing them to meet their neighbors and build some natural support networks. We were also really the other benefit of this is we were doing some community consultation for community safety well-being and our social needs assessment. So we were able to partner that engagement with these events, which proved to be quite successful. We had wonderful community feedback on these events and look forward to doing some more. All right, next slide, please. So one of our key metrics for our mandate is also community awareness. So education and awareness in community is one of the things that the provincial government would like us to focus on. So this is just a quick recap of some of the awareness initiatives that we have undertaken this past year. Some of them a little bit bigger than others, and very fortunate to partner with a lot of other local agencies and organizations on doing this work in community. I think this is probably one of my team's favorite things to do. It's always nice to be out in community, engaging dialogue, working with our community partners. So we very much enjoyed this and look forward to hopefully doing a bigger and better job in 2024. Next slide, please. Okay, so two of our biggest initiatives in 2023 have been community safety well-being and our social needs assessment. So community safety well-being is a city endeavor that was partnered with the RCMP, and we were lucky enough to be engaged fairly early on. So I've had the privilege of sitting on the steering committee for the past year for this project. I've learned a lot. We've been able to engage with the community and work towards gathering relevant data and coming out with some recommendations that will address the local needs that are being demonstrated through a quite extensive community consultation process that we have undertaken this year. Our social needs assessment was also approved by my board at the end of last year. So we were able to push these two projects together, couple our community engagement to prevent consultation fatigue in the community, and ensure that we had the best possible data to base these recommendations on. We are looking forward to the recommendations for both of these projects that are anticipated end of 2023, early 2024, and it will guide a lot of our projects and programs in 2024 and beyond, seeing what those recommendations come out as. Okay, next slide, please. So another thing that we are known for is community events. So this is just highlighting 3 of our bigger ones in the last year. We had a grief and loss seminar in the spring, which saw approximately 100 people attend and spend a day talking about grief and learning some tools and strategies to be able to better manage and cope, acknowledging that resources in grief are somewhat limited in our community. We also did our Canada Day Carnival, which we got to partner with a number of other agencies and put on a community-wide event that was, I think, very well attended and very well received. And our Overdose Awareness Day Vigil at the end of August that we held, not quite as well attended as last year. We had some weather hiccups, but definitely very, very beneficial and addressing a very pertinent need in the community and was well recognized by media as well. There's been a number of others. We've had barbecues. We've got to partner with the RCMP for community safety well-being. Again, very well attended. The helicopter didn't hurt, so thank you, John. Our screenager screenings, the blanket exercises that we've hosted. We just did Love Bomb with the comp, as well as various holidays such as Halloween, trying to engage the community and create that sense of belonging for families and community members. Okay, next slide. So upcoming in November, we have Family Domestic Violence Prevention Month. Cut It Out will be a part of this. We are still finalizing details, so I don't have any information that's on here to kind of let you know what's coming, but there is something coming, so stay tuned and we will fill you in. Next slide, please. We also provide funding to outside agencies to do important work in our community. I have a small team and we acknowledge that we can't do all of the magical things that need to be done. So we are super grateful to be able to fund other agencies to do prevention-based work in the community. So this slide just encapsulates who we have funded in 2023 to do work in our community for various demographics that they specialize in. Next slide, please. And I just wanted to speak really quickly, this is not included in our normal FCSS budget. We were able to secure some additional funding to do our community resource navigation. I think this is a really important piece that we're able to offer in the community, address a little bit more intervention side of things. There are lots of needs, there are lots of resources, but sometimes it's not clear where you need to go when. So we've been really grateful for the opportunity to provide that one-on-one service to assist people in identifying what their needs are, the appropriate resources, and ensuring that applications and referrals are successful to them. Okay, next slide. So we're gonna move on to 2024. I believe in your package you should have a more detailed budget. It's a lot of lines. I didn't put it all on this slide. So the next slide just has the category subtotals. It is very similar to last year's budget. I think the biggest change is our contracted program delivery. So we did have a small increase from provincial government, which we are super grateful that the city was willing to match to give us a few more dollars to provide community services. And we are looking forward to bringing in some outside agencies to facilitate some groups and some programs that we don't currently have in Wetaskiwin. We'll be working out of our office and bringing in individuals who facilitate this in other communities. Like I say, the totals are on there. If there's questions, feel free to ask, but I'm not going to bore everyone with the details on those. Next slide. We are going to be bringing out a tenant education and financial literacy program. So in our past year's work with the community, trying to address homelessness from a prevention-based standpoint can be challenging, but we are identifying that there are some needs in people being aware of their rights and responsibilities as tenants as we are housing them. So we are working on a program to better educate them and support them in making proper decisions and being aware of what needs to happen in order to be successfully housed, as well as financial literacy. So as we've been successful
hooking people up with financial supports and getting them on some income assistance, now we need to give them the tools to be able to manage it more effectively and ensure that their bills are being paid, that they're able to afford food, and that they're aware that there are a lot of costs and what that might look like so they can make appropriate decisions with their money. So that is two things that we are looking forward to bringing out in the coming months. Next slide, please. So in addressing mental health and addictions from a prevention standpoint, we have started this in 2023 and hope to continue through 2024 in providing subsidized training to community members. We have pushed this more heavily to service providers in the beginning, as they're usually a little easier to sell on training like this, but I do believe this benefits any community member that is willing to acquire these skills and use them. So mental health first aid and Safe Talk will be subsidized in community. Mental health first aid is really just what it sounds. It's those first frontline skills to identify possible crisis situations or needs and attach them to appropriate resources. Safe Talk addresses suicide specifically. So again, identifying risk factors and attaching them to local supports if needed. Okay. And then as I spoke to earlier, we do have some budget that I'm kind of waiting to put a hard line on, acknowledging that we will have some outcomes from our community safety, well-being, and social needs assessments. We have some brilliant people who are doing a lot of work in the background to help us identify the specific needs, and then I'll be working with my board to also prioritize what our agency would like to focus on. We're not going to fix all of the problems, so we're going to have to pick what we choose to prioritize, especially in the coming year or two. So there will be more detailed information once those recommendations are released. Okay, that concludes my presentation. Does anyone have questions?
Councillor Aberley.
Thank you, Mayor Gandam. Do I need to make a motion for each of the little ones, or can I just start asking questions?
You just move to accept it as information.
Okay. I move to accept the 2024 budget process FCSS as information.
Moved by Councillor Aberley. Go ahead.
I don't actually have questions. I have comments.
Okay.
But they're good comments, I promise.
All right.
I want to thank FCSS both as a citizen of Wetaskiwin, but as well as somebody who runs a local organization, for the work you do for all of us and in supporting us. You talked about your community events, and I try to go to as many as I can, and they really do help bring our community together, and I think that that helps give all of us a feeling of we can do this as a group. Little things that you've done that you didn't mention that are important is it is regular that community groups get your love bombs in a different way, where we'll get a candy or a thank you or whatever, because sometimes it is challenging, and we really appreciate that. And then last but not least, the interagency meetings, and I know I haven't personally been to them in a while, but they're invaluable for us to get together as a group of people who serve in the ways that we serve, to just know each other and understand each other's problems and successes. So thank you very much to FCSS for your good work.
Thank you, Councillor Aberley. I appreciate that, and I will give credit. I have an amazing team. This is not a one-woman show, so kudos to my team, and they are phenomenal.
Councillor Billingsley.
Thank you. Through the chair to Carly. I publicly want to thank you and your staff for making FCSS a very important part of our community. It certainly have noticed a big difference in the last couple of years of how involved your organization has been in filling the gaps that are needed in our community. So no question other than a comment of thank you.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Councillor Elliott, and we'll just make sure that we're speaking to our mics, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through to Cardi, and I was going to do the same as Councillor Billingsley. First of all, thank you for all the community engagement that you've done. Community safety and well-being, you've taken a leadership role in that, and I really appreciate that as well. Further to Councillor Aberley, at the last interagency meeting, there were 35 agencies there, and it was a very good meeting. So thank you for organizing that. And what you do with 3 staff members is really quite amazing, and I really hope you don't get burned out because you provide a great service to us. I have a question. Just could you share with council about Cindy Plant said you have an ID program that you're starting, or you have just started for people. Can you just share what that is, please?
Yeah, absolutely. So this is brand new, and I didn't have time to put it in the presentation, but we were approved last week to be part of the AHS ID program, which will allow us to liaise to a provincial program. Long story short, we can get individuals access to a 1-year government-issued photo ID for free, as well as an Alberta healthcare card. So this is going to be a game changer. I see some nodding heads. ID has been an issue for a really, really long time, and we've been aware of that. So we are able to assist individuals at our office. It is a bit of a lengthy application process, and there is a wait to get them, so they're not going to walk out with their ID, but ID is a barrier for so many social assistance programs, and we recognize that. So if people are looking for ID, there is an income threshold. Don't quote me. I want to say it's $36,000 for an individual. If you guys have questions, like, just reach out. I can pull all of that, all those numbers at the office and ensure that we are answering them accurately. But yes, we do have access to it anytime our office is open. So if someone's looking for ID, please refer them over and we'll help them out.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Anything further? We're ready for the question. Those in favor? Carried unanimously. Thanks, Carly.
Okay. Thanks so much.
Next up, we'll have Inspector Spans, please.
Your mic. Mike?
I told you I turned it off and you have to turn it on. That's what I just told you.
How's that? Okay. This will be a lot more brief than the last few meetings we've had. So what I was hoping to do today is just discuss our budget moving forward for the next fiscal year. And I'll cut straight to the chase. We're not asking for any more additional funds for members in the coming year. And there's a few reasons around that, but I'll give a brief rundown of what we have so far at our detachment. So currently we're staffed with 31 municipal police officers, and that ranges from the inspector position down through our constable ranks, and they're spread around our general duty positions down into our GIS and our crew positions. Right now, our complement of municipal police officers, so the municipally funded police officers, runs at about 406 citizens per police officer, which is I got to do my math here. The average is about 800 citizens per police officer. So our ratio is pretty high compared to other municipalities of the same size. Now, that being said, our criminal code per police officer, per municipal police officer, as of June of this year, when the report was prepared, was about 136 criminal code investigations per municipal police officer. The provincial average is 86. So we have to start talking about our burnout and our capacity to complete quality investigations, because that's incredibly important when you start talking about file load for our members. So why am I not asking for any more bodies this year? What we've been doing since I came into the seat at the detachment is try to efficiently use the resources we have. And that means adjusting our shift schedules, focusing on our hot spots, finding our hot times of day to deploy our members. So rather than overloading and overburdening our members at times when police aren't required, we're using them when our call volumes are higher. And we're starting to see some benefits financially from that, where our overtime is on par or less than last year when faced with generally the same challenges. So I want to make sure before we start asking for more bodies to make sure we're using the bodies we have efficiently. Another piece to this too is we still have the 4 grant-funded positions that are going to be discussed, I believe, in the coming days and weeks with council and the province. I didn't want to start asking for more bodies before we determine where we are with those grant-funded positions and whether or not those will be funded by the province or if that'll fall back to the municipality. For context and awareness, the cost for an additional police officer to the city with the, and this is only 70% of the total cost is what the city pays, is about $163,000 per officer. So I don't go into asking for more officers lightly, considering the financial strain it could have on a community, most certainly. This being said, we do operate under a post system in Wetaskiwin. So you may be aware, we police Wetaskiwin City, Wetaskiwin County, as well as the Camrose detachment area for rural Camrose County. And because we operate under a post system, we might have Wetaskiwin City members going out to Camrose and vice versa. Our Camrose members could come into town. And quite often that's where the resources are coming. Many more resources are coming in than going out. Now this is important because there is a need to bolster on the provincial side our provincial resources, specifically in the Camrose detachment area. I have recently submitted a business case to up that complement to a sergeant position with an additional constable to provide more rural support, which in turn will benefit the city. The point of the business case itself was to provide a higher level of supervision out in the rural parts with the sergeant, but the constable I've asked for is a community policing constable so that we can offer more proactive services to our rural component as well as our city component. Right now we have 2 CPVS, community policing crime prevention positions, and they are working to the max with the schools and various agencies, community engagement, that sort of thing. So a third to help with the rural component will benefit the city in that it will free up our city resources. So like I said, I'm not asking for any more money. So a bit of a simple or quick presentation this morning, but certainly open to any questions council may have.
Councillor Elliott.
I would move that we accept the RCMP budget presentation as information.
Moved by Councillor Elliott. Go.
Could I through to the superintendent, in last month's presentation, I wasn't here, but when I was reading through it, in one of the graphs you said it was 1% was spent on drug enforcement. There was a graph there itemizing all these different things. Is that all the time that our members spend on drug enforcement? Earlier, one of the public speakers suggested that there are drug houses in Wetaskiwin that are unknown to us, and I'm wondering about enforcement of all of that.
Yeah, most certainly. Thank you. So that graph, 1%, it's a little deceiving.
Okay.
So 1% would be if drugs was the primary investigation being looked after. But quite often with drugs, you'll have stolen property, firearms, stolen vehicles, aggravated assaults, that sort of thing.
Yes.
So that graph is derived from the primary call to service, the primary investigation. And quite often drugs aren't the primary investigation. They're a part of it, most certainly, and certainly prevalent throughout many of our investigations, but not the primary cause. So for example, a few weeks ago we did a search warrant for guns, and with that came a lot of drugs. So often it's secondary to the primary investigation, which no tips of the trade being shared, I guess, but often a quicker way into a house is for stuff like property, knowing you're going to find drugs.
Okay. So you are aware of the drug houses, and then it's just a timing factor?
Very much so. Yeah.
Okay. And I would just like to offer my condolences to you and the members on your loss on the weekend.
Thank you. Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Any other questions? Councillor Nielsen.
You and I attended the Make Our Cities Safer conference.
Make sure you're into your mic, please.
Sorry. We both attended the safety of our city's conference in Edmonton and heard from large enforcement communities and the trials and tribulations they're facing, and how so many of them are employing mental health workers, crisis response, social workers, that kind of thing on their police departments. Because as they were stating, police officers are trained in enforcement. They're not trained for a lot of the issues you face in terms of social disorder. And so I guess my question, John, would be Inspector, would be to get your perspective on, I guess, the tolls or frustrations your officers might be facing in dealing with social disorder when perhaps they don't have a lot of specialized training in that area.
Yeah, most certainly, and you hit the nail on the head. It's what I took away from the conference is that it's a shared approach with crime reduction, social disorder. It's not just a police response, but it's a community response. And that's a message that I've brought forward to our detachment since I got here, but specifically since attending the conference. Are the members frustrated? I don't want to put words in their mouth, but I would say they are frustrated, but they know what's in their control. They know they're not mental health workers, addictions workers. Perhaps they wish they were or had the tools, but that's why we rely on our friends at the Hope Mission, the FCSS, Boys Girls Club, et cetera, to help with that. But I know everybody's tapped resource-wise, most certainly. We don't have the luxury of being Albuquerque, New Mexico.
Yes, indeed.
With the infinite resources, certainly.
And then in relation to some of the comments we received this morning, but also in your open house was a lot of frustration on the part of residents in terms of phoning in and maybe not getting the timeliness of a response that they were hoping for. How do you respond to that?
So actually, I heard that loud and clear, definitely from the open house, or sorry, from the town hall, and then subsequent from that, we had the roundtable discussion last week through the CSWB. So, like I said at the town hall, the information I was given from our telecoms people is different than what we're hearing from the community. So I've sought to get different answers on that. I've run that up to K-Division headquarters to see why citizens are saying it's an hour wait, but telecoms is saying it's a 5-minute wait. So I don't exactly have an answer on that right now.
No, yeah. and that's fine. And I guess my last comment would be, and I think it's something, and we've discussed it around the table ourselves, but the reporting is that your office or other police offices are only getting a tip of the iceberg in terms of calls for concern in the community. So people are seeing things, not letting you know. And I guess my question to you, mostly for the purposes of people here as well as maybe people watching, is why should people be calling you if they think, well, by the time you do arrive, whatever's happening would be long gone? Why is it important for you to get that call anyway?
So this circles right back to the resourcing piece and using our resources efficiently and effectively. We need to know when the calls are taking place and where they're taking place so we can allocate our resources to those places at certain times of day. I've received some feedback most recently because we kind of changed our scheduling a little bit where we're deploying our resources, where I can think of one in particular. The individual called saying he saw somebody carrying 2 catalytic converters down one of the trails and called, and then within 2 minutes the police were there because we had members in the area because we knew that was a hotspot. So that's why it's important for the citizens and everyone in Wetaskiwin to call so we can have members in the right places at the right time. Information is power, and we need to know when and where these occurrences are taking place. Importantly as well, and I'll share with council administration, beginning in the next few weeks, we're striking a task force internally with the help of partner agencies as well as our headquarters, CSWB, strike force for social disorder to really put our visibility on steroids in our hottest of hotspots. So over the next few weeks, you'll see a bit of an increase, and we'll see if that has any direct impact, certainly. And that's where the calls will be very, very important.
Great. Thank you, John.
Councillor Elliott.
Thank you. I just have one other question. I sound like Councillor Bronco, just one more question. Are your members dealing with overdoses as well and assisting people who are overdosed?
Yes, they are. I don't have exact numbers. I can say anecdotally, it's maybe not every day, but every other day, dealing with some form of an overdose. Our members are now very well trained and well versed in dealing with somebody that's overdosing. So we do rely on our partners at AHS quite often to help. That being said, administering naloxone and Narcan isn't as unusual as it used to be.
Okay.
And that's not just Wetaskiwin, that is across the board, everywhere.
Yes.
Yep.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Do you have any idea of a budget impact for 2024 with body-worn cameras or contract negotiations or any additional equipment?
Yes, so with the contract negotiations, there's nothing set in stone yet, but what our operational strategy branch has, I guess, cautioned or projected is to have municipalities plan for about a 3.5% increase to police salaries. That could be lower, it could be higher, but that's kind of the agreed upon percentage. In terms of body-worn cameras, I just got an update this weekend speaking with somebody who was piloting it. The update is there is no update. They piloted a certain camera and it failed miserably, so they've gone back to square one. So I don't, if I'm being perfectly honest, I don't see us having body-worn cameras in this coming fiscal year.
Okay. Any other equipment?
Taser 7s are rolling out. We haven't received our shipment yet. That's our new tasers. About 12 of our members will be outfitted with them, but I believe they're already paid for. I don't believe they're in the next budget. I have to confirm that.
Okay,
yep.
Great, thanks. Anything further? Ready for the question, those in favor? Carried unanimously. Thanks, Inspector. Next up, Wetaskiwin Public Library.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. The Wetaskiwin Public Library is currently undergoing a transition with their management staff, and as a result have requested an extension from administration to get their 2024 budget information to us. The Council can expect that they'll be in front of you folks on October 23rd. I believe that's the second meeting in October to present that information.
Okay, thank you. 9.4, 2024 draft budget presentation. It was sent in as an addendum, so it'll be in a different link.
Hi. Yes, I'm here to present the 2024 draft budget. So all council and the mayor should have a package for the 2024 budget. I'm just going to go over some of the highlight here, and then in our October meeting, we're probably going to go into more of the specifics. So the RFD purpose is to inform council of the 2024 budget position prior to October 16th, 18th. The draft operating budget is showing a need for $664,790, which is equivalent to 3.66% increase in tax rate. Major sources of change on the revenue side are sales and user charges, which increased because of the increase in fees and charges bylaw, which was approved in 2023. Taxation and grant in place. In 2023, we did not include the requisition amount, so that has been updated now in the 2024 budget, which is why you see a change of $4,472,900 on the revenue side, but then also $4,261,640 on the transfer to external party side. So basically, requisition is we're collecting on behalf of other people, and it's in and out. Grants and transfers were showing a decrease of $452,020. That's because project-specific grant revenue is expected to be fully used in 2023, which is why the grant side of it is decreased, but so is the cost side of it. Penalty and fines have been showing a decrease of $38,500. and that's mostly coming from provincial fines revenue, which is showing decrease. Other revenue is showing an increase of $389,790, which is from our investment with securities held at CIBC, which is to adjust it more closely to our 2023 amount as well. And also PCEL utility administration fees, we're forecasting it to be closer to $1 million instead of $809,000. So altogether, significant changes from revenue is about $4,465,190. But again, a big portion of that is requisitions, so which you'll see again on the expense side. As for expense, we are showing a decrease in salary and benefit of $1,343,950, and that's from undergoing a lot of restructuring, including custodian staff, janitorial staff, RCMP contract. So that's why salary and benefits is showing much lower. But then on the offsetting side, we are increasing contract and general services by $1,785,170. And again, that's because a lot of the waste collection, janitorial, and other fees have moved from salaries to contract services. Also, insurance fees have increased by $140K to closely reflect the amount that EB Muni have actually quoted us. And in 2023, we had to come to council for in-year council motion to increase it. So this year, we're just going to ask as part of the base. Material good and utilities show a slight decrease about $20K. And then transfer to external parties, that's mostly from just requisition, we're including an L. Bank fees and charges is showing a decrease about $37,380. You also see that the principal on long-term debt has gone down by about $99,000, and that's just because as the city continues to pay down its debt, we'll have less in principal and in interest payment. Provisions for our taxes has gone down slightly. Internal allocations is showing an increase of $155,000, but that's just because we're correcting an error that happened in 2023 because equipment pool and facility are supposed to net to zero on a citywide basis, and it wasn't done that in 2023. We've corrected in 24, so that's what that is. Same thing with changing TCA. There was a slight error in 2023 where it had a 1,600 as showing us that, but now we just changed it. Transfer from to reserve is showing an increase of $757,570. Big part of that is because we are anything that's reserve funded in 2023, we're assuming that is going to be gone, so there's no transfer from reserve. And then transfer to reserve is increased to account for the increased interest from our securities, which is all going to be transferred to reserves. So if you add up the change from expenses and change from revenue, we're seeing the need for another $664,000. That's just for the base budget. And then on the operating business case side, we're asking, if everything is approved, we're asking for $1,606,630, of which $863,830 will be funded from increasing tax rate, which is equivalent to another 4.76%. And then the remaining part of it, $682,800, will be funded from a mixture of stabilization and contingency reserve, and then $60,000 of it is hopefully received from grants. And then on the capital side, we're asking for additional $4,878,608. And then there were some that were already approved, which is adding up to the $9 million. But the $3,554,000, which were already approved, we already have funding for, so we're not really asking for any more for that, but just more of a FYI. The amount that will be requested for new capital, we're expecting about $3 million of it to come from a mixture of MSI, which is now called the Local Government Fiscal Framework, starting in 2024. CCBF, which is from the Fed, and other grants. And then the $1,644,321 will be funded from a mixture of infrastructure, Manluk, information technology, and equipment pool. So there will be no impact on taxes. And that is all.
Councillor Billingsley. Moved by Councillor Billingsley. Any discussion? Go ahead, Councillor Billingsley. Is your mic on?
It is not, sorry. Through the chair, transfers from to reserves of that $757,570. Can you please explain further exactly what you're trying to say? And
Sure,
why?
yeah, absolutely. So basically, if you look at the other revenues, that is showing an increase of about $389,000. So that will be an additional transfer to reserve, because whatever we receive in interest, we're transferring to the reserve. So, and then the other portion of it is, in 2023, we have a couple of items that we expected to transfer from reserve to fund the 23 cost, and then we're assuming that all these will be done by the end of 23. So then transfer from reserve would have decreased, which is showing as a positive number.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Further into our package, that wasn't discussed, if I go, and I guess my question would be to administration through the chair. There are some projects in here, one that stood out to me. Sorry, I'm just going to find it here. It was by the lake park, and am I wrong to say that the dredging is not forecast to be done until next year?
So we already have approval to spend 1.2 million this year, and then I believe we're asking for additional amount.
I can weigh in on this through the chair to Councillor Billingsley. We did commission a report this year, and during budget deliberations, administration will be recommending that we redirect those funds to other parts of the park. The costs have come in significantly higher, so when we do a project update, we will give council that information.
I'd like to follow that up. Last November, it was passed to do that, and we've been told throughout the year that this project would be going forward, and now this is the first that I've heard that it's over budget and that you're looking now not to do it. We're almost in October. What if we say, no, we're going to go ahead with it? We're out of time.
The reports to council have indicated that we've been waiting for a report from the engineering firm.
And when was this report, engineering report, provided?
We just received the report recently.
Thank you.
Councillor Nielsen.
Thank you. Along the same lines, through the chair, I guess, to yourself, on transfer to and from reserves, do we identify investment revenue going into specific reserves?
I believe that we have a policy that tells which specific reserve it's going to. It's going to selection of reserves in so far. I have to do a little bit more analysis.
For sure.
Yeah.
And could we be apprised as council what reserves, or remind us which policy to go to get that information, please?
Yes, absolutely. So if you go to in your big binder, if you go to the reference section, I did include the reserve policy, so it should state it in there.
That's good then. Yeah. Then the other question, I guess, and it's through the chair to administration, I guess. As we have moved staff off of our payroll and onto contracted positions with our other agencies, we're told that those decisions always result in a positive financial position for us. And I see those contracted services going up while the decrease in salary and benefits goes down. So why would there be a different valuation there?
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, I should have just stripped this RFD down to say what the tax increase was, because I think it's difficult to understand global comments from finance. The PowerPoint presentations from each division will be sent to council this week, and they have all of the details. And so there were cost savings with those decisions that were made. The fact that contracted services went up, well, they went up in completely different areas. So they'll all be explained as when the PowerPoint presentations get sent to council.
Okay, thank you. And my last comment is in relation to the Peace Hills Utilities admin fees, and projected to be closer to $1 million than the $809,000. Will that be broken out for us so we can see, like, to me, just as that line sits there, the admin fees of $1 million against Peace Hills Utility seems exorbitant, seems high. And I'd like to understand what Peace Hills Utilities is paying that money for. And I'm not looking for an answer today, but I think it's critically important when we start seeing down to budget, talking about what services Peace Hills is paying for that the city is providing to operate that service. So because I don't understand it at this point for the dollar value to be as high as it is.
I do want to address that so that there is not misinformation floating around in the public. So the admin fee is closer to $500,000, and that spreadsheet was provided to council last year during budget. We can send it to you again. The ROI is the one that is, the return on investment is the $1 million. So the return on investment over the past 5 years has fluctuated up and down. I did have a discussion with finance stating that if Peace Hills Utilities is not okay with the ROI, then there's a bigger discussion because obviously that would impact the tax base. And so what we've done is take the average. I don't know why it changed last year, but we've taken the average over the last several years and landed on $1 million. That obviously is still a discussion that the board has to have.
And then, Sue, where does that $1 million go? Sorry, the return on investment, it comes back to us. Where is that directed? Is it directed into general revenues? Is it directed into reserves? Where does it go?
It directly offsets tax increase, so it's into general revenues.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Botts.
Thank you. Through the chair to administration, I think I'm still stuck on the Vital Lake Park rehabilitation part, and it's mainly because in the beginning parts it says that it's a project with previously approved funding for the Vital Lake Park rehabilitation pond dredge. And then it says it's being carried forward to 2024, and then it shows up again in the Vital Lake Park rehabilitation with the fence replacement, dredge, and park furniture, so it shows up a second time, this time with different funding, and then carried forward to 2024. And then it says the new request for 2024 for the pond dredge would be to come from the infrastructure tax reserve. I think I'm confused because there's so many different parts of the Vital Lake Park rehabilitation that I don't understand how the dredge shows up in two different parts, and then we're also asking for more money for the dredge through infrastructure tax reserve, even though it says it's being carried forward to 2024 previously. So I'm just trying to understand
I can explain
the circle of that.
I through the mayor to councilor. So the first part of it, the project with previously approved funding, that's the 1.2 that we already have the grant for.
Yeah.
And then the 1.3 is the new amount that we are asking for. So in total, so that's how I kind of break it down. Like if the project gets canceled, both of that will be released. But as it stands right now, we only have the 1.2 and we need the 1.3.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I think I'm getting it. Okay, thank you.
Councilor Bronco.
Thank you, Tyler. I don't know if to administration or, so one point on regarding the dredging, so it's $1.2 million you budgeted. And you're saying now $1.3 million or another addition of 1.3?
Another addition of 1.3.
1.3?
Yeah.
How do you get your estimates at 1.2 then goes to 2.5? Well, how do we estimate when we go to budget? If I'm in the wrong place, please correct me. How do you get an estimate to go to budget 1.2 and now we're saying it's 2.3? Who does your estimating? How can we be so far off 100% on a budget? Something's wrong here. And I'll leave it at that.
Yes.
I thought so.
I'm done with the questions.
Okay. Anything further? Ready for the question. Those in favor? Carried unanimously. Thank you. Sorry, I had to get out of the addendum. Item 9.5, Hope Mission presentation, and I just want to qualify that by, we have to take a break just before noon. I've got a meeting with Minister Dreeshen, so this might be a two-part presentation, if that's okay. Awesome, thank you.
Probably get the presentation done. If I have any questions after.
Okay. Just make sure the mic is on, please.
Well, good morning, Council and Mayor. We appreciate the chance to come and share information. I'm Kelly Rowe. I'm Community Engagement and Chaplain at the Hope Mission Shelter here in Wetaskiwin. I'm joined by Paul Brisebois, our Shelter Coordinator. He'll join me in the question and answer portion. And we also have Tim Pasma he's our Director of Homeless Programming, and he's stationed in Edmonton, so he'll be here if we need some questions answered from a higher level. But I'm pretty sure Paul and I can handle most of the local questions. So, first of all, Hope Mission, for people that don't know, we've been operating since 1929, so we've been helping people in homelessness and situations of vulnerability for over 90 years. It started out in Edmonton. We can go to the next slide. We started out in Edmonton. That's a picture up on the top of our first shelter. Our first soup kitchen, and the bottom is a picture of our first shelter. Hope Mission was born out of the Great Depression. Just a great need came to the city of Edmonton. There was no services like this in existence. First it started with the soup kitchen because of people living on the street that had no money and no food. So 5 churches, one church tried to intervene. They eventually needed partners. 5 churches got together and opened a soup kitchen. And from that, we realized not too long thereafter that a shelter was necessary as winter approached to be able to provide people with shelter and food. And that was kind of the beginning. It was a short-term vision, and they figured it'd be about a 5-year operation, and here we are 90 plus years later, operating in the same sort of fashion and coming to new towns and cities, such as Wetaskiwin, to offer advice or services or whatever's needed. So that was kind of the beginning. We also branched off into other services we'll get to, but we can go to the next slide.
So we've existed as a part of a para-church organization, you would call us, a social service agency, but we exist to serve, strengthen, uplift men, women, youth, and children. So there's a life-changing gospel of Jesus Christ. So we believe in physical needs are there, mental needs, health needs, but also spiritual needs as well. And we are on the ground in Wetaskiwin here for 10 years doing our youth and children's programming, which kind of birthed out of a shelter that we opened up to provide for teens at Edmonton at one time, and it led us into helping youth and families experiencing poverty out in the neighborhoods of Edmonton. And we were the first branch outside of Edmonton was Wetaskiwin here to help with this service. And interestingly enough, this is our first shelter project or homeless project outside of Edmonton as well. It was here in Wetaskiwin. So that's kind of the history there. We can go to the next slide. So this is our emergency shelter. We're located just north of the Wetaskiwin at the end of 37A Avenue. This is a temporary facility located right next to the land that's been allotted to us for the future shelter build. It's a wide open basic room where we can provide food and tables and sitting area and places to play cards, different things like that, but also the emergency shelter beds. So it's all in one room. It's like a grab bag room. We've got a shower trailer to provide showers and different things and whatnot. So we can go to the next slide. So we have 60 shelter beds available now. We host between 30 to 60 people nightly. Numbers went up from the end of winter. We were averaging somewhere between 30 and 40 a night. For the summer, it was more around 50 to 60. Average night of 45 plus, but sometimes we were over that 60 number. So we were quite surprised to see the increase. We weren't too sure what to expect, as this being the first summer, there was an emergency shelter in Wetaskiwin, so we weren't too sure what to expect for numbers. We weren't too sure how many would be coming. We thought the number would drop. But we've seen these numbers stay high in Edmonton as well. So we're not too sure what to expect this winter, but we'll be ready for the room we have. We do have kind of an overflow area, so we can go over 60, but we're pretty tight if we get to around that 65 number. It's also a day warming center and washrooms, a place to get out of the rain in the summer as well. So it's a place of respite for that. So you don't have to be staying overnight to receive services at Hope Mission. We have a nurse on site 5 days a week. She sees roughly 8 to 12 people per day. We have a hot meal served at 5 p.m. Huckleberry's Restaurant was partnered with us to help provide some of that, but we've now moved on to Hope Mission is providing those meals from our Edmonton kitchen. Eventually in the future, that would be the idea of having a kitchen as well as the shelter and a dining area so we can provide and prepare the food on site and serve it in a separate area from the sleeping quarters. We serve bag lunches during the day. Water is available at any time. And roughly we serve around 2,000 meals in that area or over per month. We provide showers, blankets, towels, clothing, hygiene supplies. We added laundry services there as well, so clients can do laundry there, but we can also clean our own blankets and all the different things we have in the shelter. We also provide haircuts. I had a discussion about that this morning, so people on staff are providing some haircuts as well. We provide storage of some small personal items. We provide spiritual care and connections to other community supports. So that's the basic information, what's going on at the shelter day by day, but we also provide some other services outside of the shelter itself, so we can go to the next one. Why emergency shelters? This is just a basic rundown in 2013. Someone staying in a shelter bed is around $2,000 per month expenses, according to Homelessness in Canada through the agencies there provided. If a person is spending a month in jail, the price goes up quite a bit. As far as hospital bed, you can see a significant increase again. So this is the reasoning behind homeless shelters is there needs to be somewhere for people to get basic care so you prevent them from ending up in jail or hospital for a long term. Or when they get out of hospital, there's someone there to take care of them as well. So a lot of the influx of people we see are people coming out of jail end up at the homeless shelters, and people coming out of hospital that don't have homes end up at our shelters as well. So we're trying to help in any way we can to divert the pressures off the healthcare and justice systems right towards more social care and provision that way. Next slide. So outside of just the 24/7 recovery, shelter, we have addiction recovery programs available in Hope Mission Edmonton called Breakout and Wellspring. And we can also refer to other agencies as well for recovery. We have a housing diversion program that's kind of up off the ground. We'll explain a bit more details. And we also offer the Hope Mission Rescue Van, which I'll give you more details on. But first of all, we'll go to the Breakout Recovery and Wellspring options. So Breakout and Wellspring are one-year programs. We have transported 22 men to start out in Breakout, and 4 women have been accepted in Wellspring. Currently, we have 6 men in Breakout and 1 residing in Wellspring. And we have referred some other people to other agencies as well. So out of that, that's just strictly the number of people that have gone to Breakout in Wellspring and Edmonton through Hope Mission. So, you know, the participants don't need to be homeless when they come to Breakout and Wellspring, but most of the participants are coming from our emergency shelters. So one of the avenues when I started on here was to be part of this opportunity to be able to get people to recovery. So that's one of my focuses within the shelter, is to get people that need addiction recovery to programming. And that's one of the things we face daily. We can have up to 70 participants in Breakout, 24 in Wellspring. So the reason we have way more men going up is the 70 beds are rarely full, so we have quite an easy access to get them in. I can meet a man and within 2 weeks, usually they can get into the program if they're serious, if they want to go. So it's a pretty open access, so it's very easy to get them in. Wellspring, we're currently, quite often full, so it's a wait list sort of situation. So we've had many women, express interest, but because of the wait list, sometimes if you have to get on a wait list, the interest can go up and down with the addiction and the state of their, well-being and that. So when they express interest, it makes it a lot easier in the situations with the men that we can get them situated somewhere and on the road to recovery. And after graduation, there's opportunity in Edmonton. There's transitional housing called Green Manor for people specifically coming out of our programs. And they can stay in continued care for up to 3 years. So it's not just the year of recovery. You could possibly be staying at Hope Mission for up to 4 years as part of your recovery. We currently have 27 staff members on payroll at Hope Mission that have come through these programs and currently work for us. Our shelter coordinator, Paul Brisebois, actually 9 years ago, his first experience, or 10 I think it is now, 10 years ago, he came through our Breakout program. And now he's our shelter coordinator here in Wetaskiwin, so he understands kind of the plight of what we're facing. Next, our Hope Mission Housing Diversion Program. Now this is something the new facility is going to be a lot more involved in, but because we don't have any units that we control, it's often very difficult to get people out of a shelter into a housing unit. So we're working right now with partnerships in town to try to come up with some providers, landlords that will accept some of our clients, and we'll work with them in their units. So it's to help homeless get not necessarily to recovery, but it's to a housing situation. We receive housing funding to help people with damage deposits and first month's rent. This is through our partnership called Homeward Trust in Edmonton, where we're part of the Housing First profile. We provide many people. I believe we have over 100 clients in housing in Edmonton, so it's something we want to help here with. So they've provided us some of the funding, but we don't have partnerships like they have in Edmonton to have the units available. But it's something that we want to get rolling here in the new year, even here in the fall possibly, but we're currently just seeking out landlords that'll help and be part of the system. We'll apply, help the clients apply for financial assistance, and we'll follow up in support in the housing with our staff that have made connections with them to get them housed. We'll also follow up with support in the house. That's kind of the idea of the Housing First model, is to have connection with the people and then make home visits so they can have someone that can support them while they're being housed, because again, it's a lot of difficulties arise. Next slide. The rescue van. We started this program with just a more of a minivan in the fall. We've now obtained a vehicle that's more suited to it. A retired ambulance is what we run. We also run this program in Edmonton 24/7, so we can go to the next slide. So the rescue van is also going to be a 24/7 operation. It currently is, so if you want to make a call to Hope Mission. There's a number on the screen there. We'll try to respond. Currently, we don't have staff allocated directly to the van, but we are going to that model. This is something that has come about in the last couple weeks, that we are going to now have staff that are just on the van, so that van can be on the road. Currently, what we're doing now is it's staff leave the shelter staff to go to the van calls, and it pulls people from the shelter. So not always are we available if there's things going on at the shelter. We have people on breaks. Sometimes we're missing calls, but now this is the evolution of the program, is to have people assigned to that van 24/7, where that's their required job. They come in, they're on the van. When the calls come in, they go directly to the van. So there'll be more, we'll be able to respond in a better way than we have been. We've been doing quite well. I'll get into some of the stats, as we go on. But we're trying to divert calls away from the RCMP bylaw and the paramedics. Sometimes a lot of these calls, it's people known to the shelter or not, but they just need help to get back to the shelter or to a safer place. If they don't want to leave with us, and we can't force them, of course, into the van. It's the same thing in recovery. We can't force people to recovery. That's always a personal choice. So when we show up, if people don't want to leave, it's then the next stage would be call bylaw or ICMP. But we've received over 100 calls per month since we started. We've transported clients outside of those calls to other appointments, doctor's appointments, housing appointments, court cases, different things like that, so people can get to specific appointments that are important to their future. Really what we're trying to do is help people transition off the street. Yes, we're an emergency shelter. It's open every day and provides these things, but our desire is to see each person move forward and off the street, right? Not stay with us forever indefinitely. And we also provide the on-site support and connections to other community associations in town. If we can't meet the need and there's other agencies that can, we refer people outside there. Next slide. This is the outside view of the proposed facility. We can go to the next slide. This is the initial drawings. We just turned drawings into the city for the building permits that are going to be put in place. So this is our original drawings, but it's the same. Basically, some of the details within the walls have changed, but the size of the facility and everything's the same. Roughly, it'll be a shelter with a capacity of 60, but we'll be able to use bunk beds to go up to a maximum number of 120 if it's ever needed, but it's really a design for about 60 people on the floor. With some bunk beds, we can go beyond 60. And the dining hall will be capable to support 125 people. We plan on using this facility for some of our community meals within our youth and family programs. We have, other events we can run there, but again, the door will be open not just to people staying at the shelter, but it'll also be open to people in the community that need meal support. So we currently have people that come, and just eat, but they don't stay at the shelter. A lot of them are staying in encampments or housed rough, as they would say, but they're still eating at the shelter, so we will need space beyond the 60 beds kind of thing. And then the transitional housing wing is further over on our left. That's going to be the first floor with dormitory units. Right now, we're taking people directly out of the emergency shelter off to detox and then into program. This will be a way to transition people out of the shelter into a more, supported living. So when they go to recovery, they're more prepared, and we'll stick the programs out, and we get a chance to meet, work with them and counsel them even before they go and sober them up. And if they're on a wait list, they don't have to wait in the emergency shelter. They can wait within the transitional dorms, which will make it easier to get them to programs in the future. So that is also, somewhere where somebody, let's say they come back from a hospital and they don't necessarily need to be in the shelter. We can provide them a little safer place, a more confined, private place. So it'll be a step up. So that's one of the areas of transitioning people out, will be use of those dormitories. And then the next slide will show just the seven bachelor suites that we will have. So this will be a way to transfer people out of the shelter, possibly into the dorms, into housing, within our confines, and work with them so they, can start taking on the struggles, the cleaning that's necessary, the budgeting that's necessary, the personal hygiene that's necessary, right? Whatever things that are necessary you know, to help alleviate the stress of paying bills and all these different things. So we can house them temporarily within our transitional housing facility. There again, if someone goes off to a recovery program in the future or is housed, ends up falling through, comes back, we have options where we don't have to put them directly back into the emergency shelter. We can have some options so we can keep them transitioned out of the emergency shelter and keep them focused on what worked and help them with what didn't and help them move forward in the future. So that's the vision for the building. We can answer questions on that after. We can go to the next slide. That's just a look at the dorm units, the difference between a typical dorm and the bachelor suite and whatnot. We can go to the next slide. And yeah, that pretty much wraps up the presentation portion. We're open to answering some questions. I'll just invite Paul up here in the chair if we have time.
Nope, we're gonna break for a minister's meeting and then we'll take questions after lunch.
Okay, wonderful.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Don't forget everything that was presented. I don't have to go through it again.
What's that?
Don't forget everything that was presented.
I won't. I've made notes.
Yeah. Amen. All right, thank you so much.
Council will break for lunch until 1:15, please. All right, welcome back. We're going to entertain a motion to accept the report of Hope Mission as as information as presented, and then we can get into discussion. Councillor Nielsen?
So moved.
Thank you. And we will open it up to discussion. Go ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair.
Make sure your mic is on and you're speaking into it, please.
That means I might have to lower it or raise my seat, one of the two. My issues, I get it. Through the chair to Pastor Kelly and company. Boy, I got a whole bunch of questions here, so bear with me if you wouldn't mind. You were talking about facility capacity at 60 beds and what your occupancy rate is, 30 to 60 for average overnight occupancy. So as our winter months are coming, what happens in the event that the demand exceeds the capacity?
I mean, we'll fit them in wherever we can. If worse comes to worse, we're not going to leave somebody outside in the cold, right?
But do you not, like, you must have like a legal fire limit?
What is the occupancy?
I think it's 60 plus, right?
Yeah.
It's staff. It's not just the people.
I figure we'll probably get to our high numbers that we had in the summer. Usually when we hit in the 60s now, it was when we were having really bad rainstorms. That's when, you know, when the bad weather, that's when you see everybody that comes in. I know last winter, the camps are going to stay the camps. Like, they're not going to come in. That's where we're finding most of our problems are coming from.
Is the campments.
Is the campments, right? They come the odd time to shower, to grab food, but they don't really use our services.
Okay. And yet in your plan and vision and so forth, Kelly, you were talking about capacity of up to 120, 130 with bunk beds and all the rest of it. So you're obviously assuming the numbers we have now at 60 are going to grow potentially double.
Yeah, well, across the province, all the shelter numbers are up. We're not sure if it'll go down here again in winter, stabilize, or go up. So in the future, we want to be able to have capacity that goes beyond 60.
Okay.
Right, so it's the idea is 60 spaces on the floor will be available, and then bunk beds for extra, so we can go up above 60.
And can you help me understand some of the operational practices? So you're obviously open 24 hours, 24/7.
Yes.
So when clients come in to access the facility for the evening time, is it an open door? I can come in, I can leave, I can come back, I can leave, I can come, or are they, once they're in, they're in? Like, how does that work?
It's what we do have some rules. Past 10 o'clock at night, you're allowed to go out if you stay on our tarmac. So if a guy wants to go out for a cigarette or just to get some fresh air, as long as he stays on that tarmac, he's fine. If he leaves off of that, he's out for the night. We don't allow people to come in and out all night.
Okay. But I could come and go 20 times for smokes throughout the night?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, if you're having trouble sleeping, I mean, why not?
Okay. One of the assumptions that this council made as they deliberated a shelter was the information that police response time would be down with a shelter in place. Police response time would be down, ambulance service time would be down, ER time would be down. Do you keep any stats on any of those things? In terms of, I'll give you an example, for example. I'll give you an example for an example, yeah. Do you keep stats on the number of calls you make for police support to the shelter?
Yes, we do. We do keep, I don't have those numbers with me, but we do.
Could they be shared?
Yeah, we do a community alert every time EMS or EPS is called.
Now, what's that mean when you say a community alert?
It's just our own in-house documentation of.
Oh, okay.
Of if we call any type of authorities, we track it.
Okay, but those numbers would be available to us?
Yeah.
Okay. My second question then is in relation to relationships with hospital and ambulance. As your clients are accessing those services for whatever reason, do you get notified by any of these agencies that they're dealing with your clients?
More or less from the hospital, we get calls to come pick them up. We've had meetings with the hospital here in Wetaskiwin, just on how we can lighten their load, how they can lighten ours. We're kind of going to have ongoing meetings with them. I know we let them know last time we want to cut down the amount of calls that their EMS are going to, so we told them, like, if they show up at a call and the guy's just intoxicated and just needs to go sleep one off, to call our van. We'll come pick him up. They don't have to take him there. That we'll just handle it and bring it. That's what we do in Edmonton, right? We try to take that, you know, unwanted pressure off of EMS and EPS there to.
Okay. Now, I've got a couple of maybe spicy ones here, but I know there's been comments made that your organization has brought clients in from elsewhere, and I know that your organization has also said that you have not. But I know that, Kelly, you mentioned that you have had other agencies bring clients to you, and you cited one out of Leduc. Could you ascertain or guesstimate the number of clients that have been brought in by other agencies to get supports?
No, because we weren't really tracking it until the town hall meeting. And then I sent an all staff email asking to get every single person that comes into our shelter that's new, I need to know about. So in the last month, we've had people come from mostly around the area, from Maskwacis. I think we had one person from Camrose. We did have one person from Edmonton dropped off by RCMP. Another lady that was from Edmonton that was originally from up this way, and she got a drive into town with her friend. There was a couple people from here that got misplaced due to fire, and a gentleman that was on a farm here that lost his place there, got kicked out or whatever, and ended up with our shelter.
But Kelly mentioned that you had a group from Leduc come over.
No, we had a gentleman from Leduc come that was dropped off. What happens in the hospitals too is they'll get a discharge plan and present options. So we're getting people sometimes from Centennial. We've had some people from, you know, out of town come, but that's a discharge where they're dropped off and we're notified. Right, and most of those, the person's either from this area or wanted to come to the area.
Okay.
But it's not something that happens regularly. I would say since we've been there, before we were tracking it, maybe we had 10 of those cases in the entire 8-9 months.
But when those individuals are dropped off, the sending community doesn't come back and get them to take them back to their original.
No, yeah, and we've transported people from, in that situation when they came to Wetaskiwin. Once they realized we don't have the wraparound supports of Edmonton, I've transported people from our shelter to Edmonton so they could engage with the housing programs and recovery and things like that.
Thank you. And my last question relates to the Indigenous population that's there. And I know that Councillor Elliott early on spoke pretty vociferously about meeting their cultural and spiritual needs. And I know that you have said you've reached out to Maskwacis for supports in that area. Can you share with us what has happened or hasn't yet happened in relation to meeting that Indigenous population's spiritual cultural needs?
Well, that was before, so. We haven't had too many consultations since. Like it's, you know, the FCSS group has come in and done some things there to support. They've brought in, they've had a circle going on every once a week at our place and that sort of thing. You know, Open Doors openly helps them with the smudging and different things like that. But again, it's not happening usually inside our building. Right, what we want to do moving forward in the new building when we have a separate area for programming, like we'll be able to use that kitchen facility, the dining area, so people that are sleeping and in quiet and that have a separate, so right now in the daytime, there's people passed out sleeping, there's people, you know, playing cards. It's not a real good spot for anything educationally right now. So we aren't doing a lot of programming in the shelter other than it's an emergency shelter at the time. So that's something down the road with the new building we'd look more into.
And I said it was my last question, and now you've sparked another one, so I will ask one more and then I will stand down. So can you how would you respond to a resident saying their perception that Hope Mission is simply enabling this population to continue their behaviors, whatever they may be?
I know myself, I would probably say they haven't really been to the shelter and seen what the work that our staff is doing. In no way do we want these gentlemen and ladies to continue in addiction. Our staff spend most of the time trying to, talk to them, break down barriers, because this isn't, addiction, it's not something that's just gonna necessarily happen with somebody overnight. You have to build those relationships, you have to break down barriers, you have to get to know them, and that's what our staff do. So I don't think there's one staff of ours that thinks that it's okay that they're in addiction. They want to see them move forward in life and to become a productive, member of society.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a number of questions and/or concerns as well. Number one, we met with the business community last week. I don't think anybody from Hope Mission was there.
I was present. I just wasn't allowed to speak.
Okay, neither were we. So, but the safety is a big concern. And from what I've just heard, Wetaskiwin is a hub for Central Alberta. There are no other shelters in Central Alberta, so we're going to get everybody coming here. Ponoka's decided they're not going to do a MAT program this winter. And so now there's another group of people. So there are no shelters around. You use the word emergency, and I don't know if I would agree with your word emergency. If I can come in for a meal or just to fall asleep, I don't know if that's an emergency. So to me, an emergency is something that we need to deal with right now, like if somebody has OD'd or something. I'm very frustrated right now. I'm going to tag along with what Councillor Nielsen said. You said that you would do some Indigenous teaching. I asked about smudging. I asked about ceremonies. The reason a number of people don't go to Hope Mission is because of the religious aspect. They feel it's colonialism because you're preaching at them just like colonialism was doing to them during the residential schools. So a number of them don't come in. At Pasagasteo, the Healing Lodge, they have activities, they have a gymnasium, they have ceremonies, they have sweats, they have all of those things. And the number of repeat offenders is very, very low. And I don't see any programs, I don't see any skill building programs, I don't see things that are building people's self-esteem, their self-confidence. And then we had concerns last week when we met with the business community about people bringing knives and guns and putting them in their locker, or you take them away and then give them back. Now, whether that's a rumor or not, but that came out. Well, you can smile, but this is a perception.
We've been hearing all kind of perception.
And one of the people from a pawn shop, and the pawn shop owner spoke very well last week. One said he saw a bus come in with Saskatchewan license plates into your area. Well, I don't know why he would make up a story. So there are a few things that are coming out now. Perception is reality. I'm a retired school teacher. We had a 1585 rule that 15% of the people cause 85% of the problems. We have about 3% of our population, if that much, causing havoc throughout our community. We have people who are feeling unsafe to go shopping, to go for walks. We heard moms say they're afraid to let their kids go for bike rides. The overriding perception of our community is that we are really, really unsafe. We had regulators here for a number of years. We called them regulators. We knew who they were. They were somewhat harmless. We knew who they were, and we could feed them, we could talk to them. They're not around anymore. They're not in your facility. They're afraid because of other people who are in your facility. So I'm just wondering what you plan on doing to set standards to make people responsible who are coming in. As a parent, if my child misbehaved, then they had consequences. I don't see any regulations or consequences for misbehavior, for people coming in intoxicated or doing anything else. So I'm just wondering what you were doing, what kind of standards you have. What are you doing to protect our citizens and our business community? Thank you for letting me talk.
So, have you ever visited the shelter?
No, I have not been inside. I was in the previous one. I was a volunteer downtown when we had it down there. So I dealt with individuals in there, but there weren't 80 people coming in every night.
Okay. Now we do. If somebody, most of the people on the street, if they have weapons, they do turn them in. Handguns, I've never seen us take a handgun in. We've had pellet guns where we've phoned RCMP to come grab. We're not going to give that back to somebody on the street, okay? So I don't,
Do you give knives? Did you give knives back?
Yes, we do. They are their belongings, right? That's where you get into a whole different thing of human rights and stuff like that. Just like some people say we should dump the alcohol, but there's other things at play that where also it turns into a human rights thing. So we do follow some things that we have to follow. I don't feel, I think if you ask most of our, probably all of our staff, I don't think anybody feels unsafe at our shelter. Most of these people that are being talked about that are doing the vicious crimes and the more violent things are coming from the camps. They're people that don't want to stay with us because we do have rules and we do run it, we don't put up with stuff. If people do stuff, they get barred. They're not allowed to come there. We don't just let it, it's not a free-for-all in our shelter. That's why I was asking if you've ever been there, because I'd love for you to just come by and see sometime.
But if you say you don't turn anybody out when it's cold and things, then...
We do make exceptions, but if it's somebody who's violent, our mandate, we'd call RCMP and be like, hey, listen, we got this guy here, we can't take him in, because he's a concern to the community and to our staff. We can't, we'll call somebody to take him. We're not gonna just leave them out in the cold.
No,
and that's where the other agencies come into play, right?
But in talking with the RCMP and our firefighters and them, they are all getting calls for service as well to help people who have overdosed. So I don't think you can blame it all on the encampments.
No, we have had the odd overdose at the shelter, more or less outside, but we haven't had a lot. Most of the guys that stay with us are alcoholics, to be quite honest. Most of them that are staying there, even some of those regulators that you say don't stay there, some of them are staying there.
Okay.
The drugs, a big part of it is coming from the dealers at the camps and these houses that we're hearing about in the town, right? But yeah, it's not something we condone. We're not a free-for-all shelter. Hope Mission has always had rules. We've been very successful in other places. We want people to be safe, including our staff. Our staff aren't going to want to work there if it's run, unsafe.
So where have you been in other places besides Edmonton?
Because in Edmonton, there's times we've had up to 3 or 4 shelters running all throughout different parts of the city.
But any other places in Alberta?
No, I think this is our first time being out of Edmonton.
Okay, were you in Red Deer at one time?
No, we have different programs. Yeah.
The children programs are in the other cities.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilor Bronco.
Thank you. Tough questions, tough answers, but first of all, you say you have 60 people you take, but if any more come, we will make room for them. We will fudge them in. What's to say none of them are coming from Edmonton, you're going to make room for them? Because you're saying, right, you just said to us, we will make it fit, we will make it work. And no matter if we have 60 or if we have 80, you will make it work, you will put them in. If they come from outside other communities, you will make it work. Those are your
Yeah,
rules.
well, I'll let them in my doors to make sure they have a place. If it's cold outside and like -40, yeah, if they have to stand in there until we can find them another place to go or get them to a different shelter, yeah.
So, I got a lot of questions. I'm not gonna say this. is the last
Councilor Bronco, just make sure you're speaking into your
Thank
mic
you.
and you guys
Sorry,
as well.
Tyler. So, before all this happened, we used to have the regulators.
Yeah.
That was 16, 17. How did we come to 60? Somebody else around here had to say, free for all, let's come to Wetaskiwin. Because we didn't control the 18 or 19 we had, but we have a lot more people coming to Wetaskiwin. The questions all resident is, what makes Wetaskiwin so great to come in here? And you're saying a lot of the problem is alcohol, is addiction, is drugs. Why on earth would you build a detox center beside 5 liquor stores, 5 pawn shops, Walmart, the easiest place to go steal, sell it? Why? Why not put it somewhere? And if in normal detox centers are caged in, you don't come out till you're dry.
Yeah, we're not a detox shelter. We're a shelter and transitional housing is what we're putting there, right? In a shelter.
I thought the agreement with the city was going to be a detox center.
They're going to have dorms where they're waiting to go into places.
But it's a detox center. Are you going to have a fencing around there?
No. No, it's transitional.
I find it that
A
there's so many
detox center
people-
is somewhere you go pre-recovery for a week. We're a shelter where you can stay any night, any time, right? So we're transfer people to detoxes when they're ready to go to recovery.
I
right?
understand
That's
that.
what it is,
The
yeah.
biggest number one question is, we never had 60 people. Where are these people coming from? It has to be Hope Mission
Mm-hmm.
attracts these kinds of people because you get paid per head.
We aren't attracting people. We aren't, our preference is to move people on from somewhere they can get support beyond what we can provide at our shelter currently, right? We're not here to draw people more and more homeless. We're here to open the door to the area that we're in, and that's it, right? If people show up in different ways, we're not advertising, we're not out picking them up, we're not sending people from Edmonton this way. Let me finish. So that's one of the misconceptions that's in town that is not true, right? Most of the people that come to our shelter are going to need to go somewhere else to get further support, whether it's in town or out of town, right? So that's that component. And what we're trying to do is provide a place in emergency when they are homeless and there's nowhere to sleep. So what's happened, we opened up our doors and it started, through the winter we stabilized around 30 or 40. We've never had a summer shelter here. So what's happened is a lot of the people that would have slept on the streets or behind Canadian Tire or at the bush camps are now sleeping with us. So the numbers went up. And the people are all pretty much local, and yet there's more problems in Musquecheese than we see.
I understand.
Right?
We're
But some
not
of it
talking
comes
about
here.
Musquecheese, We're
Yeah.
talking about Wetaskiwin. But
Mhm.
since 4 years ago, when we came in with this program, we've attracted more people. We always had homeless, people sleeping in our hotel, at the post office, at the banks. It was only 18, 19. We have 60, and we're going to go to 120. So
Well, that's not necessarily true. It's just the
You said it
capacity.
here.
It's the capacity, that's it. We're not trying to.
So your business attracts these clientels, attracts the drug dealers
Mm-hmm.
because they work on the vulnerable people. We had 18. We never had this much drugs or this much in our community. So,
Well, it was here before Hope Mission got here. That's why the
well, we
hub and
started
those
4
places.
years
Yeah,
ago.
so
That's
it's not.
where,
Yeah,
no,
we're,
but
we're trying to
the
learn
other
as
groups
well,
then
right?
succeed. You're succeeding the most. You got the free land. So obviously, I feel this is a business, and you can't say it ain't. This is a business. You're here to make money because you have such big support. You're not? Well, okay,
No.
I'll end my question there. Thank you.
Oh, if I may, though.
As long as it's relevant, absolutely.
Okay, I went through your annual reports and things, and there's $17.1 million in reserve for Hope Mission.
For future projects and things.
Okay,
and-
but there are dollars available, is my point.
Yes, but
Okay.
that money wasn't fundraised here.
No,
It wasn't brought
no,
in here,
but-
right? Like, that's another city that
No.
has that kind of.
Okay, but there are
pocket-
funds
right.
available, though.
Yes, yeah, our donors believe what we're doing is the right thing and they want to support and they're happy that we can go to other communities and be able to support.
Okay, thank you.
And one other thing too, like we didn't come here, right? We were approached to bring a proposal forward. It's not like we came and presented a business plan. We were asked to come and maybe be part of the solution. Like it wasn't like we were knocking on council's door saying, hey, we'd like to open a shelter here. Like this isn't how it works. It's, we go where the need is, and if we can help, we'll step in, but we're not trying to operate a business here. We're a nonprofit community support agency, right? We'll be spending, you know, a lot of money to invest in this community and the people that are the most broken in it, the people that are the most vulnerable in it, right, that come to our doors. That's what we're investing in. It's not to make money or try to build some franchise.
Councillor Billingsley.
Thank you. Through the chair. Can you help me a little bit about your business model going forward? My understanding is that you receive dollars from the province. How much of that is funding this particular project?
Well, because we are in Wetaskiwin, we do have donors that have been connected to Hope Mission for the children's and the youth program. So that's the bulk of our donation base here that we take in. So we partner with the provincial government, right, to help us get off the ground and move forward. So this year, I believe, they're pretty much, you know, helping us establish this, and it's all coming from provincial funding pretty much, right, to pay for the Wetaskiwin shelter and all the staffing and everything that's here, right?
Are you able to share exactly what is being given by the provincial government?
I don't think it, at this meeting, I mean, we would have to look further beyond what we're doing in Wetaskiwin.
And I guess my concern is on the next portion of it, about us passing the development permit. What would happen if the provincial government said, you know what, we're looking elsewhere, we're not prepared to fund any longer? What would happen?
Well, then it would be up to Hope Mission to fundraise more and then dip into our reserves. Like it's an ongoing partnership that we've had with the governments for years to be able to provide the services we do. We couldn't do it without their partnership, right? And that's comes like by bed nights of providing shelter, which is considered part of housing for the Alberta government's Ministry of Housing, right, and addiction.
Thank you.
Councillor Blatz.
Thank you. Man, this has been rough. This has been a rough couple weeks, actually. A lot of people know I've worked in healthcare for a decade now, and so it's really hard to hear misinformation. I work in mental health and addictions at one of the other hospitals, and I can say that when we say, oh, well, we used to have 20 people that were homeless in our community, how is there now 60? I can tell you it's because everywhere has skyrocketed for homelessness. Addictions, mental health has been terrifying in the past 2 years due to COVID, due to the cost of living crisis that we are in, because we're in a crisis for cost of living where people who are making $60,000 a year no longer are meeting the line and not meeting their bills anymore. And so when we're talking about how could there be more homeless people in the past 20 years, that's why. I don't think we should ever at the council table be using the term regulators, and I don't think that we should ever say that because that's a derogatory term that somebody created. So we should get away from that language. And I do want to say that you guys are absolutely right about when you were talking about how there's it's mostly alcoholism that's within the shelter. I've spoken to a number of clients who have used the shelter who said, I feel safe and comfortable being in the shelter, but the encampments make me feel unsafe. And they will attest to the fact that they want to get the help that is within the shelter, but it's hard to be around people who are living in addictions outside of the shelter. And so for a lot of this, we have to also realize that it's not just Hope Mission that is here. There's encampments in the area as well, so to put all the blame onto Hope Mission for anything that's happening in the community, I don't think is fair. As you guys have said, like, you were asked to be here, and you guys have been helping people get into detox programs. And also, Councillor Bronco, we did have this discussion 2 weeks ago about how what they have there is not a detox facility, and so we've already discussed this at length 2 weeks ago. So I just wanted to mention that as well. And yeah, you guys were asked to do a presentation today, and you guys have been answering the questions, so thank you for coming in and answering those questions and having your voices being heard, because I know it must be hard to hear what's being said and not being able to correct that information. So, thank you.
Councillor Aberley.
Thank you, Mayor Gandam. Through the chair to Pastor Kelly, and I'm going to get it, Paul. I have a few questions, and they're purely for information to help me with things I've heard and hear, maybe clarify other things I've heard. So, do you have an opinion why, and I think you answered it, but just so I've caught it, why the encampments are not accessing your shelter, your emergency shelter?
Well, we have a lot, well, like, we have rules, right? My personal opinion, I feel that the people that are staying in the camps are the ones that want to live lawless, right? They're the ones that want to wield weapons. So that's where we've had most of our violent stuff come from. I've been in meetings with RCMP about it. They know what's happening. It's just one of those things that they know we don't put up with it there, right? They know if they come to the shelter, they start that stuff, we are going to call the authorities, right?
Yep. My second question, thank you. The second question, Paul, this is more directly to you, but I think anybody can answer it, is I know you were at the meeting on Thursday because we were sitting across from each other in our silent zone. And that meeting, I am sure, was well, it was very hard for us. It was very hard for us to sit there, listen to our business owners and the stories they're not telling, and I don't mean that stories as in tales, but they're lived realities. And my question comes, and it's continually has come up as we talk to these groups working in our communities. Do you currently or in the future have plans to work with our surrounding businesses and homeowners?
Actually, after that meeting, it's hard to sit there, like you said, and listen to all this stuff and not being able to give a rebuttal or but we definitely sympathize with some of the stuff that's happening in the community. After that, I had talked with Tim, and we decided we're going to put the rescue van 24/7 with dedicated staff. They're not going to be shelter staff. They're going to actually drive around the community. We're going to have it on a trial basis until the end of winter. And basically, these staff are going to be engaging businesses during the day. They're going to be taking calls, going around, just kind of patrolling the streets, kind of extra ears and eyes for RCMP as well. And at nights, they're going to be doing the same thing, as well as going around properties if some of the businesses want, and just kind of checking on their property, making sure there's no derelicts, things happening.
Thank you. My next question, and it's really to get to the point, and I'm going to ask you specifically because it's what I've heard. Do you get paid by the number of beds that you have? Or the number of heads in your building?
We get funding for people in shelter bed nights. That's the bulk of our funding for the bed night.
So if tonight, just for clarification for Karen, tonight you have 20 people and you get $1 per person, you're going to get $20 tonight. Tomorrow you have 30, you're going to get $30 tomorrow night?
Yep, from the housing money, that's kind of how it would work. Like, it's by the bed night per person, and we put in bed sheets all the time and numbers, but I mean, in the situation we're in, we're getting other dollars,
yep,
as well, because we're just a startup.
Yep, no, I understand that.
That's kind of how they deal with the shelter numbers.
You spoke about it's mostly alcohol, I can't say the word, alcoholism within your shelter. Anybody, especially council, is going to hear me. I'm continually harping on about the opioid crisis because it is my belief that we have to be looking into that as we're looking at our numbers as well. But what I would hear is that there is the potential that you are enabling this. with not taking away drugs, not taking, and I understand personal rights. I understand that those things are there. And I'm just asking your opinion about you being enablers of both the opioid crisis and of alcoholism.
I would definitely say that I don't think we're enablers. I think our staff try to do everything they can to deter people from continuing on that road of addiction. If you guys ever want to come to the shelter and meet our staff, you'll see how invested they are, and most of them are residents of Wetaskiwin that are just really invested on wanting to see these people move forward in life, right?
And Pastor Kelly knows that I'm not meaning this. I'm trying to get the answers, because we do have lots of decisions, and the good work that is done, I am in favor of that, obviously. My last question has to deal with, as we move forward into the next session of our council meeting, and I thought with you here it would be a good thing. I want to make sure I understand what transitional housing means in your eyes, and not just what my definition is of it. So I get that there will be people using an emergency shelter, and then we have said persons say, I don't want this life anymore, I want something else, but you don't have anywhere to quote unquote put them except keeping them in the shelter when there are moments of what I would call strength, then they lose it next. Not lose it, but then it would be hard to get them away. So you can't take them away and get them away. So that is one, put them into these bachelor suites, and I'm not sure I'm saying it as well as I'd like to, while we get them into help. Now they've had help, they are from the area. Is that transitional housing used back then? Are we taking them back to, I don't know what, 100 yards away from the shelter?
Mm-hmm. Well, I'm going to start at this might take a bit of time, but we have a clientele, right, that come to our door. That's just how we meet them, right? There's no other way to meet them. They come to our door. We don't go looking for them, right? The van does, but they're usually known, and if they come back, then they're brought to our door. So we have some people that need to get transitioned even just from the street to shelter. Mm-hmm. That's an important step. That's why we can't say, okay, we're pouring out your booze and we're throwing away your drugs, because they need to get off the street. That's step one of our transition. Then once they're in the shelter there, then they get used to the fact that, okay, there's other things I can do day by day and try to help myself, but the next step is to transition to the mindset that there's a better life for them, right? That there's possibilities, and that's where you open up the possibilities. Well, with the new facility, we'll be able to have programming and counseling in the dining hall for people that want to take grief counseling or budgeting. Whatever it is that they're interested in, we'll have more things available there. But once they get out from that mindset into the transitional dorms, now they have a door and they can shut at night, right? And they're separated from the emergency shelter. Now they're right there, so some of them will go back, right? Mm-hmm. But just giving them the look that this is an opportunity and a possibility for you. There's plenty more up the road if you stay on this course, right? So that's the first step. So in that transitional dormitory style living, that's where they'll make the decisions, okay, am I going to recovery, am I going to attempt housing? What am I going to do from this step on? And then that's where the bachelor suites come in. Now, if people leave Edmonton, leave to go to Edmonton recovery, there's recovery, aftercare housing there. So if they choose to come back to Wetaskiwin, then we'll work with them back here. And that's what some of that housing will be used for. But a lot of them are going to stay in Edmonton, right, or go to another city for those very reasons. They know the pitfalls of coming back to Wetaskiwin. A lot of the people I'm driving to Edmonton are like, I'm never going back there in the car to go to the detox. So they have that in their mind, right, that this is not a good... When they come back to the shelter, they are very worried about their future. But we've put something new in their mind that wasn't there 6 months ago. That's the biggest transition, is just their thought process and their own perception of what's going on in their life. That's what addiction is. It's a trap, and you're living a lifestyle that you're trapped in, someone's got to throw the rope in the hole and help you climb out of that. So the real transition is within the person by the care and support we provide. So, but the housing opportunities are all there, but to have it within our facility because we have the relationship with them, because we're the ones they're putting faith in to trust, that they trust us to help them in their situation. When they make a mistake, we're not just throwing the book at them, right? We're supporting them. If someone goes into the transitional suite and doesn't make it, we can put them back in the dorm and say, look, things have got to change, so we need to rethink some things. If things aren't working out in the dorm, we have to put them back in the emergency shelter and say, things aren't working out in the dorms, you're not making any progress. We need to reconsider what we're doing here, that sort of thing. So a lot of the transition we're talking about is the relationship with the person, more so the structure of the facility. Right, so that's what we're really aiming at, is the transition of the person out of a lifestyle of destruction to a lifestyle of healing and wholeness. And however we can picture it and work it, the building's great, right? It's helpful, but it's not the answer. The answer is always the relationships you're building. And that all starts at the first time they come in the door. And as for the encampments, we have people come there and eat there. We have people come there and shower. We've had many of them come and stay overnight, right? And we've had some transition right out of the bush camp and stay in the shelter and not go back to the bush camp, right? So those are, you know, things within the model that we get to see, but people don't hear those stories, right?
Are you in a FOIPable, I don't know if that's the right word, but in a position that you would be able to not share names, but be able to share numbers if I was to ask you that question more formally?
As far as?
The number of people that are being transitioned out of encampments, and it doesn't have to be for today, but being transitioned out of our encampments, transitioned to detox areas.
Yep. I could definitely, from the recovery end of it and all the transitions I've made, you know, I can do that. As far as from the bush camp to the shelter, I mean, Paul and the staff down there would be a lot better at putting those numbers together.
Thank you.
Covers you? She can't hear me. Councillor Billingsley.
Thank you. Through the chair, Kelly, you talked about, I guess I will call them success stories. But a lot of what I've heard over the last month, whatever, are the non-success stories. And what I'm wondering is, do you track people that come in to just use the meal service and or a place to stay and have absolutely no interest of bettering their lives?
No, we don't track that. I think our hope is that we push each and every one of them to want to better their lives. So I don't think we, you know, go into it thinking, okay, this person doesn't have any hope. Okay. We have hope for each and every one of them, right?
Thank you.
Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Excuse me. Two things. Number one, to Councillor Blatz. Regarding the regulators, when they put out their videos, they call themselves regulators. So if we use the same term that they use, I don't know how that is demeaning to them.
I just want to respond to that. Who put out videos? Because
The regulators have put out videos
how did the
of themselves.
My microphone is on.
They did. They called themselves that.
Okay, I'm trying to tell you that at a formal table, we shouldn't be using derogatory terms, whether they call themselves that or not. I'm just trying to let you know that, like, at a formal table, we should just use the technical terms.
I did not know that was a derogatory term.
And as an Indigenous person, I'm just letting you know that. So, thank you.
I have no background with that at all. The other thing is, Kelly, I'd just like to say that you've been hammered with a lot of questions. You said that the people who come to your facility are worried about their future. And we as a community are worried about our future. And so, back to one of my first comments was, if we are becoming a hub for people coming from central Alberta, we are very scared about what our future is going to look like. And we're looking to you and your organization and the other helping professions to change that. Thank you.
Councillor Nielsen.
Thank you. First off, you know, we've asked the
Is your
questions.
mic on?
Sorry? No, it's on.
Make sure you're speaking into it, though. The people online can't hear. Thank you.
Thank you. The word enablement has come up a couple of times. And in a lot of your explanations, you've talked about the criminality aspect of living rough, the population there versus the population you're serving. And what we've heard today through open mic and what we've heard at the business meetings and the RCMP open house was we have a community that is scared for themselves, scared for their children. And if what you're sharing with us today is accurate, from your perspective, that the criminality element is really not within your confines, it's outside of your confines, then I wonder about your enabling that other element, if I may use that term, that are living rough, the potential criminality element. Why would I come into the shelter? You're giving me everything I want anyway, and I can still live my criminal life outside of that. So as a resident who's saying I'm afraid, and you're saying what you're afraid of is really not in our house, but you're also allowing them to stay in our community by feeding them and allowing them to shower and so forth. So from that perspective, I would say enablement of that criminality element to be within our community.
See, and we're not enabling them to stay in that community. We have no real say. I think that would be up to RCMP and like bylaw to be able to make those ones move out of that area. We do, the ones that haven't burnt bridges with us, we do keep our doors open for them with the hopes, as Kelly was saying, that they would come there and finally decide to start transitioning into a different lifestyle, right? Can't reach somebody if if there is no reconciliation or there's no talking to them or anything. So those ones that do come for the shower, the bag meals that are allowed or that come there for the odd thing, it leaves that door open to kind of keep,
And I think that's where the disconnect is. I mean, I try to keep my humanitarian hat on, but I'm finding it really difficult because as much as you're leaving the door open so you can reach them potentially, you're leaving the door open for them to continue their behavior in our community, which is what's scaring the hell out of our community. And so I guess the question, what would happen or what would need to happen for an organization such as yours to say is, if we're housing you, we'll be happy to bag lunch you, we'll be happy to feed you and put you in a shelter. But if you don't want to come into our doors, don't be reaching out to us. And maybe a lot of that criminality can be then left to the RCMP and bylaw, or they may just choose to leave the community.
Or they may just choose to go steal their food as well, right? When they have nothing to eat, right? So, I mean, like, there's lots of hypotheticals, right?
The real key from my perspective is if I don't have any way of offering that guy a relationship where we start to build trust. That's what those showers are for and the food, right? It's to build the relationship that you can trust us, that we'll work with you, that we'll put up with, right? Most of these people have been abandoned by friends, abandoned by family, right? They've burned every bridge. We're trying to rebuild a bridge into their life so they can get out of the hole that they're in. And like I said, some of the people have not gone back to the encampment because they realize I got something better going on. But if we don't offer them anything, like that's our job as the shelter, is to encourage them to come inside, no matter what that takes, right? They're going to be in the community in that bush camp whether they come to us or not. We're trying to build a bridge so they have a choice now It's from the lifestyle they're in.
And my
That's-
last
yeah.
question or comment or whatever is, I want to trade chairs with you
Yep.
today. I want to trade chairs with you. And I want you to sit in this chair and listen to the voices of the community that are frightened right now and that are scared and are turning to you, sitting in this chair, saying, what are you going to do to ensure my community can continue to be a safe place for myself and my family?
What we need is a holistic plan, right? That's what Hope Mission's here on the ground for long term. We're not here for just the winter and pack up and leave. We want to see this community improve, right? We want to see things go forward for the community. We want to see Wetaskiwin better, but we'll stand in the gap in that place, almost in an unlivable place, to try to help those people, right, that we're talking about today, right, to help them. Prison isn't going to help them, right? Going to the hospital and getting released isn't going to help them, except for their health, right? Not their mental state. So that's part of it. But we're here to try to build a community plan. For instance, in Kelowna, when I was there, we were in the downtown. Most missions are downtown because that's where the homeless are. We're in the south end because that's where the homeless are every day. When I moved to town, there was 40 people on that corner daily when there was no shelter. Every day I could, at Pizza Hut, Castle, the Little Tree, right? McDonald's, right? I can drive into work some days at 10, 11 in the morning and there's nobody on that corner.
But
Right? Yeah, so
no,
that's what I'm, right?
I hear you, but my
So-
question.
But long term, just let me go back to Kelowna. We arranged a deal where we had our shelter staff working with community ambassadors, right? Then the bylaw, then the police. To improve the area around the shelter so downtown could function, so the park was safe for all this stuff. But that took, I don't know how many years. I was there 3 years and it took them 1.5 years of direct talks to get that plan in place. That's the kind of things we're interested in.
And I understand
Yes.
that. But my question is, if you're
Yeah.
sitting in this chair listening to the community right now,
Then you have
they
to,
don't want to
yeah.
hear about 5 years from now because their kid's 3 years old going out to the park and the parents are concerned for him.
I get it.
So 5 years down the road, 10 years down the road, I can look 20 years down the road and say, my God, what a beautiful community we've created.
Okay.
But in the interim, we've got a whole lot of chaos, a whole lot of anger, a whole lot of frustration, and people turning to this council saying, what are you going to do for me today and my family?
Mm-hmm.
And your response was, give me 5, 10, or 15 years. And I'm saying, but my community is asking me to respond today.
Yep.
So respond to our community today about how do we proceed?
Okay. I'm brand new to Wetaskiwin as of September last year. So all I can go on is the year. That's why you're in the position you're in. You've seen it for a longer window.
I'm old.
Yeah, right? So all we can do is work right now that you've got a full-time partnership, long-term, with an agency that wants to see things improve from this point forward. I would guess last summer the same problems were here. Has the same problems as this summer. I don't know. I wasn't here, right? Like I don't see how Hope Mission being dropped in here that we were supposed to solve this problem. In fact, we sat at council and those other chances we've had to convert and realize this is a bigger issue than a shelter can help. This is just step one. The transitional housing, and that'll be step two, another progress. But in the meantime, we need to get all the key players in this on the same page and put some policy together that we're all following together, that we're all working at as a team, rather than keep throwing it all back to they gotta leave town or whatever the attitude is, right? Like, I understand, I work there, like I get it, right? I understand the problems that are in the building, like I'm there every day. I'm the most engaged of this in this room, I'll guarantee it, but that's my job. But I have to, we have to learn that this is a complex, very difficult, it's gonna take some time just to solve one person's problem that's in that shelter. It's time consuming and it takes time. But if a community keeps just rejecting it, how is it? It's not gonna go away, it's not gonna disappear. If the shelter goes tomorrow, where are they tomorrow? And 6 months and a year? You guys would know better when you had a temporary going and closed, and then this is all brand new this summer with us here. But we still need to get to the bottom of how do we change the systemic problem going around the circle again and again, right? And it takes multi-level, like that's why Edmonton, we were there 90 years, and look at the programs we've got in place now. From being on the ground and in that, we thought we were going to close after 5 years in the history of this, right? The problems aren't going to go away, they're getting worse. So we just got to forget the fact that it's not going to go away, so now let's realistically look at it and make some decisions, right? And move forward. And this is beyond even just, this is 2 neighboring communities I sit in the middle of that aren't in real good terms with each other. An outsider can see it, feel it, know it, right? So there's more at it than just what's happening at the shelter, like that's the ground zero. Yeah, it's ground zero because that's where the people are every day. That's whether we're there or not.
Thank you. Anything further? Okay. Do you know where our shelter guests are coming from? Do you keep statistics on where somebody's home might have been or where they originated?
I've been starting to take any of the new ones and follow up on that.
Okay.
I've strictly talked to all of our staff. Anybody who's new or is coming through a hospital, we need to know about. If a hospital, they need to come through me or the nurse to find out. If it's from a different city that has a shelter, they're going to be redirected there.
Okay. So this will be some questions and some statements. So we've got a report from 2019 that was to council, and I can forward that to you if you'd like. But in that report, it was a Nichols report that identified that we had 40 homeless in our community. So 4 years ago, we had 40. Now we're seeing upwards of 60. Can you give me an idea of what Edmonton's homeless numbers have done in the last 5 years?
Yeah, come on over.
Yeah, use the mic, please.
Okay. Edmonton's homeless numbers have more than doubled, I believe, since the beginning of the pandemic. So we've seen, like, it's interesting, like a lot of the conversations we're having here today, and I understand the frustration and I understand the concern. We really do. But those numbers are happening everywhere. Those numbers are happening in Edmonton specifically, because that's where we are. But even across Canada or North America, if you look at jurisdictions and what they're dealing with in terms of people experiencing homelessness, mental health, and addictions, it's pretty serious, and those numbers are going up everywhere. And so everyone's looking for, options and solutions. I just wanted to mention that. But yes, they're going up significantly, and we're seeing that in our shelters.
So in your opinion is that Edmonton's homeless population has doubled since post-pandemic?
Yes.
Okay. What legislation does Hope Mission have to follow in terms of shelter operations?
Hope Mission, so we are accountable to the provincial government for our shelter standards. So we have a shelter accommodation expectation audit every year, and that's taking place right around this time. So we have to be in compliance with a whole bunch of different legislations, one of them being FOIP. But we do have those audits. We also are inspected by local health bodies at random, so whenever they come in. So in Edmonton, Environmental Public Health is quite involved with inspecting our facilities and checking on those things. Wetaskiwin, I'm not as sure on every aspect of those inspections, but we should be subject to all the same legislation.
And we talked about this a little bit, or you guys talked about this a little bit, can you confiscate a legal item? So if somebody came in with a pocket knife and they turn it in at nighttime, that's not an illegal item. Can you keep that?
I'm not clear on the legislation on that. I can speak to why we don't do that. It's an evidence-based best practice why we don't do that. The Calgary Drop-In Center started a pilot project called Amnesty Totes a number of years ago. And we started following and speaking with them and made a trip down to talk to them about why they do that. And the Amnesty Tote, the idea is that people coming to shelter, if they have substances or items that are not permitted in the shelter, they put them in this Amnesty Tote. They don't look inside the tote. They put it away and they can take it when they leave. The reason they do that is to reduce barriers to access, because they were having too many people staying in encampments or in other areas that would not come to shelter because of all the rules. So those practices are in place based on evidence, and we do that in Edmonton as well, and we've seen a lot of success with that program. So that's one reason why we do that. Programs that confiscate items from community members are usually not that successful in building trust or rapport or having people access the services, so you see higher concentration of people in encampments.
Okay. Has that encampment in behind the shelter been cleaned up?
To the chair, not that I know of. We were planning to give notice, and then I think the requirement was 30 days notice, and then it would be cleaned up. I'm not sure if we gave notice yet or not.
To the mayor, my understanding is they're targeting the end of October to clean that up, that's including the notice period.
Do we have numbers on how many people were accessing the shelter when it was downtown and then when Mustard Seed was running it? That's probably to Paul, if you know that offhand.
Sorry, Mayor, can you just repeat the question?
Yeah, do you know how many people were accessing the shelter when it was downtown during the night or when Mustard Seed was running it in its current location?
Yeah, through to the mayor. So in the winter, the Mustard Seed, it was about 60 to 70, and the same as the year before with the open door, about 60 to 70.
Okay. So Wetaskiwin in 2017, my first year as mayor, was identified as Alberta's most dangerous city. We didn't have a shelter then. So while I can appreciate that crime is going up, and I know that it's going up everywhere, including Wetaskiwin, the increase in the level of danger, or the fact that Alberta, or that we're Alberta's most dangerous city, isn't new, and it isn't because we have a shelter. One other thing. Oh. In terms of Indigenous teachings, that was a conversation that we had when we first spoke with Hope Mission, and that was a priority of council. I've also expressed my hope from our Musqueam leadership in terms of their partnership and what we can do to move forward and making sure that community members feel safe, as well as the people utilizing the shelter also have ties to culture, beliefs, and practices. So I've asked them multiple times to be a part of this process, and to date, I haven't seen or been a part of any kind of conversation that includes that as well. So while I can appreciate that Hope Mission definitely has a role to play in this, so do our Musqueam neighbors and leadership, and I'm not seeing that from them either. So thanks very much for your time and taking the time to answer the questions.
Thank you.
Anything, sorry? Pardon? Yep. Anything further? Ready for the question, those in favor? Thank you. We will take a 10-minute break.
That doesn't make it so.
Not yet. I'm sorry.
time for him.
Okay, welcome back. Councillor Blatz has a motion to go in closed session under section 24, advice from officials, administration. Okay. Ready for the question? Those in favor? Carried. Thank you. We are in closed session.
I hadn't noticed that.
All right, welcome back. Thank you very much. Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would just like to clarify that I was using a term that I was not aware that it was a derogatory term. And I would like to clarify that I apologize for using that word. And I will not be using it again, and I will correct people who use that word. So I'm very sorry. I've lived here for 50 years, and I never knew that word was a bad word. So I do apologize.
Thank you very much. We had consent agenda item 6.1. Sorry.
You have to come out of camera?
Oh, sorry. Yes, I need a motion to come out of
I'd like
closed
to move
session.
you come out of closed session.
Is your mic on?
Yes, I'm just not talking into it.
Motion to come out of closed session. Those in favor? Thank you very much. All right, so we pulled consent agenda item 6.1, road assessment report. We can go ahead with that, please.
Would you like me to speak to that?
Yeah, what it is that you're looking for in terms of...
The reason that I asked this to be pulled is because we've heard a lot of concerns from people, and it even came out this morning, that our roads are in disrepair. And I would just like people to know that our roads have been assessed, and there are only so many dollars that we can spend each year to repair our roads. And I think that they should be aware of this assessment, and that the amount of money that we're have chosen to spend over the next few years to repair the roads. So it's just an awareness, that's all, Mr. Mayor.
Perfect, thank you. Do you want to move that as information, please?
I would move that as information.
Moved by Councillor Elliott. Any further discussion? We're ready for the question. Those in favor? Carried unanimously. Thank you. Item 10.1, Hope Mission Development Permit Amendment. Good afternoon, welcome. Just make sure the mic is on. I'm not sure if it was shut off or not.
Good afternoon, everyone. Sounds like the mic is on. Okay, so I will briefly go through the report here for the Hope Mission Development Permit Amendment. You may recall that Council is the approving authority for this development permit due to the pending direct control zoning for this property. Council originally approved the development permit based on preliminary plans only to allow the project to proceed in a timely manner. The applicant has now provided more detailed plans in conjunction with a building permit application to start on the footings and foundation stage before winter. Council is not the approval authority for the building permit, but the building permit and development permit must be consistent to ensure the project meets all other upstream planning policies and regulations. So I'll just ask for those drawings to be placed on screen. And perhaps we could zoom in just a little bit. And just a side note that these did not come to us in time for the reporting deadline, but we're making efforts to ensure that they can be brought forward in a timely manner. So these are, this was the site plan for the originally approved development permit back in May. I will just draw your attention to, I'm trying to think of how to describe this when I don't have a mouse in my hand. The rightmost side of the building is sort of the area where most of the minor amendments are taking place. I will be highlighting some for your information, and then highlighting the one amendment that does require an amendment to the development permit. If we can bring up the current drawings and zoom in slightly. Thank you. And then scroll down just a little bit. Thank you. Okay. So there are several minor amendments to the preliminary drawings that do not in fact require an amendment to the development permit and are being highlighted here for Council's information. First is that the overall site grading and proposed drainage has been changed in consultation with the city's engineering team to ensure compliance with our standards. The second is that a small outdoor amenity area that was previously located between the dining hall and sleeping area has been removed, and there's now a patio located outside the south side of the dining hall area. So that is sort of on the lower left of the horizontal rectangle there. There's a small gray area that is the patio. A smoking area at the east side of the building has a slightly modified size and shape. and a staff patio has been added to the west side of Phase 1 of the building. So right where the larger rectangle meets that narrow hallway between the two areas, there's a small staff patio that has been added as well. So those don't require official documentation in the development permit. However, one amendment does require the development permit to be amended, and that is the building height, which has increased from 6.12 meters to 6.58 meters and must be changed on the issued permit. And as has been noted at previous council meetings, this is significant due to the proximity to our airport. However, it does continue to fall below the 12-meter threshold, beyond which Transport and NAV Canada assessment would be needed. So that is the substantive amendment occasioned by these drawings. Additionally, administration is requesting council approval of a minor amendment to the development permit, and this is just to carry over two conditions of the subdivision of the project site that can't be met until a later stage of the project. Administration is recommending adding them to the development permit to ensure they're fully documented and carried forward as requirements for the development. And so that is condition 2B, stating that a sidewalk extension from 56th Street to the site will be constructed by the city. However, Hope Mission must pay its portion of the costs to accommodate access. And condition 2C, that all roadwork required on city property will be done to city standards and be paid for by Hope Mission. In the meantime, the subdivision plan has been endorsed and submitted to land titles for registration to complete the subdivision. The building permit application has been submitted to Superior Safety Codes for the plans review and permit issuance for the footings and foundation this fall. And a separate building permit will be required for the structure in spring 2024. And with that, I'd invite any questions on these proposed.
Councillor Nielsen.
I've got to find it here. I would like to move to table this item until December 11th, 2023, council meeting.
Okay, no discussion. Motion to table. Those in favor? Opposed? Carried. We are tabled till December 11th. Thank you very much. Item 10.2, Manluk Center Maintenance Project.
I would like to provide a little bit of background to this report. When the city hired a new facilities manager, there was a backlog of outstanding capital and operational projects. Since then, a number of these projects have been initiated and some even completed this year. I think so. Maybe I'm not talking into it.
Yeah.
In this case, it appears the delay in approving the project and the initiation of the project has resulted in a cost variance. In reviewing the original report and looking at the costs, there are two noteworthy differences. One is the Defender filter quote, and the second is the automatic drain valves quote. Just to note that the Bank of Canada inflation rate is based on changes in cost of consumer goods purchased, not commercial or industrial goods, which have gone up at a significantly higher rate. In order to proceed, administration is looking for direction on scope change, either adjust the financial scope or adjust the maintenance item scope. That's the report.
Good. Councillor Blatz.
I move that City Council approves additional funding of $136,000 for Manluk Center maintenance project from the Manluk Facility Reserve.
Moved by Councillor Blatz. Any discussion? Councillor Nielsen.
Thank you. Through the chair, Kevin. I guess I'm having some trouble understanding, so you can fix me up here, that the total cost that was shown in here was $230,000 in terms of deficiencies or whatever, and you're asking for $136,000. So there's a shortfall of $96,000 there. So
Through the chair to council, the original report and approved amount was $94,000, so that's already been approved. So we're just asking to, administration is asking to either change the dollar value for this project or keep the dollar value and change the number of maintenance items that can proceed.
Okay, thank you. If I may, and I know you weren't here, and maybe you can't speak to it, perhaps Sue can. How is it that we miss maintenance for 2.5 years on some pretty critical elements of a relatively new facility?
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, we had this discussion the last time Kevin was here in front of council. He has gone through and reviewed the workload that has not been done by the previous staff that were here. So you're going to see a couple of these presentations from him where as he's able to get through all of the reports and the projects and make sure that everything's back on track, he'll find the ones that are off. We had some staffing turnover in that area for a reason.
Okay, and then again, through the chair, to either yourself, Sue, or to Kevin. So as we look at annual maintenance, which should be part of an annual budget, are we seeing a change in the 2023-24 budget submissions to ensure that the areas that are supposed to have ongoing annual maintenance actually gets incorporated, so we're not coming back asking for after-the-fact dollars?
Yeah, I can speak to that. So through the chair to Councillor Nelson, we do have a business case coming forward in fleet and facilities for preventative maintenance to increase that annual budget.
So that's all facilities?
Yes. We actually have another one for fleet as well.
Sure glad for that.
Yeah.
And then, so none of this cost then would be inclusive of turbines. The turbines we put to rest, Thank you.
Go ahead. Councilor Billingsley?
Thank you. Through the chair, so back in 2021, when the amount was $94,000, was that that money was approved for that maintenance, and the maintenance wasn't completed? So, and you had said it had to do with staffing, I'll say. So my question would be, where are the checks and balances to make sure that this work gets completed when it's presented to us as a budget item, and making sure that things get done?
Yeah, through the chair to Councillor Billingsley, we've now implemented our quarterly reporting for all operating and capital projects, and then our corporate business plan projects as well. So on a quarterly basis, council gets that check and balance. Sue, as city manager, and then as GMs, we also get those checks and balances as well.
So I'll follow up. So then, prior to this, there was no checks and balances? How were we able to track what got done, what didn't get done? And how can you reassure me that what we're going to do this budget will get done as well?
Through the chair to Councillor Billingsley, I'm not able to speak to why this one wasn't caught in the flow. Fleet and facilities was moved to my area in 2023 of this year, or sorry, March of 2023. In the future, we will continue to provide that quarterly reporting to council, though.
Thank you.
Councilor Bronco.
Thank you. I wasn't here for these budgets, but it's very odd. Nobody's being held accountable to this, and now we have $130,000, $36,000 to be brought up to the taxpayers. Everybody we hired is supposed to look after this. They don't do their job. Obviously, they're not here. What's to say next year the job ain't going to get done, or somebody going to be here? We need to have accountability. We're not having accountability. This is $136,000 it's taxpayers got to pay for it. It wasn't done. COVID. I'm sure half of our staff was at home or sick, whatever, but perfect time. Swimming pool shut down. Perfect time to drain, maintain. I see alarm bells going off. So
which is why Candace just highlighted why they have checks and balances in place for the city manager as well as all of the GMs to make sure that the work that is being scheduled to get done gets done.
And if they don't get done in 2014, because it's already expensive, what more checks and balances are we going to have?
Through the chair to Councillor Bronco, we can only continue to report. If at the next report we have not made progress on it, then we have a discussion at that point.
Thank you.
Councillor Aberley.
Thank you, Mayor. Lost my voice. Thank you, Mayor Gandam. Through the chair, either to Kevin or Candace, am I correct that having these highlighted for you is also part of this? I don't know if it was a software project, but we were talking about a project that's going to say all of our equipment is due for scheduling on X, Y, Z, and it's part of a larger project? Did that make sense?
Through the chair to Councillor Everley, I think we're talking about two different things. So one would be the fleet replacement plan that we've talked about and the kind of preventative maintenance that we have there.
Okay.
And then this is just a scheduled project that was brought forward in either 2020 or 2021. Sorry, I don't have the exact year of work that needed to be done at the Manluk Center.
So I want to make sure that I was mistaken, that it's not all of our assets, it was just fleet.
Through the chair to Councillor Aberley, what we've been presenting on in the last couple meetings, that's been specifically fleet. But moving forward, we certainly need to get on a routine of our facility preventative maintenance as well.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, thank you, Mr. Mayor. My voice is the same as yours. Sorry. The preventive maintenance is going to be set up on a scheduled basis, and through to Candace, all the staff will be aware of their role in the preventive maintenance, so that even if somebody further up the organizational chart leaves, people who are still working would know what the preventive maintenance expectations were as well.
Yeah, through the chair to Councillor Elliott, correct. We would want to have it documented in an operational plan.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so then everybody is aware and they just know what their job is?
Correct.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Anything further? We're ready for the question. Those in favor? Carried unanimously. $10.3 tax assessment changes for 2022.
Noon. Okay, I'm talking. RFD purpose, council approval is required for administration to provide a credit totaling $9,623 for the 2022 amendment to the tax assessment roll to be applied to the 2023 taxation year. So this request is made under the authority of the tax rate bylaw 2116-22 and section 305 of the Municipal Government Act, which does state that if it is discovered that there's an error, omission, or misdescription in the assessment roll, the assessor may correct the assessment for the current year only, and amendment assessment notice must be prepared and sent to the assessed person. So in 2022, there was a total of 9 accounts which saw a decrease in assessment value and therefore a decrease in the tax roll levy. Each of those tax roll has been provided in the RFD. There's quite a bit, so I'm not going to list all of them off. The credit will be directly applied to these tax rolls. But again, the total of these 9 accounts will be $9,623.
Councillor Billingsley.
Move that City Council approves a credit totaling $9,623.39 for the 2022 amendments to the tax assessment roll to be applied to the 2023 taxation year pursuant to Section 305-1 of the Municipal Government Act.
Moved by Councillor Billingsley. Go ahead.
Question to administration through the chair. How did these come to light?
We were told by our assessors that this happened, that these changes happened.
So were these appeals?
No, I think, from what I understand, is just the way that the assessors will go out later in the year and do like a check of property values. I'm not completely familiar with that part, but we did get information directly from our assessor.
I guess to follow up then, I find it very interesting if they're either if it was a reassessment or they went out, that they're all lower.
That is actually not completely true. There were a couple that did increase, but I don't think we have the authority to actually increase tax levy. We were just asking for the decreased ones. So if you actually look at the chart, there were a couple that saw an increase in it.
Okay, thank you.
I don't see any that increased.
There definitely were a couple. I can pull up that information and provide it to you later. If
Yeah,
that's...
please, and I guess maybe just whether or not it was the assessor that went out and reassessed after the assessments went out, or if they were an appeal by the property owner and it came back.
Okay, I'll get a confirmation.
Anything further? We're ready for the question. Those in favor? Carried unanimously. Item 11.1, council attendance reports. Councillor Aberle.
Thank you. I move that City Council accepts the council committee reports and attendance as information.
And you can start with your attendance report.
Yay, me. August was quiet for me. I was out of town for a good part of it, and I'm trying to remember what I did. I know that I went to the overdose awareness vigil at the end of the month, and we have a governance session at the beginning of the month, and both of them, the first one was very informative, and I would not want to say that the last one was fun, but it was something that helps bring the community together, so thank you.
Good. Councillor Nielsen.
Glad to be here.
Councillor Blatz.
Thank you. Yeah, August was pretty quiet as well. There wasn't that much going on, but I did attend the two-day Treaty Partners event that was happening in Enoch on August 9th and 10th, and that was really informative and really nice to see quite a large amount of different councils across Alberta attending this, and so it was good to learn together. And then really most recently, just on Saturday, was the Alberta Culture Days that was happening at the library, and I got to do a presentation there and also spent most of the day there, and they just do such a good job over at the library of making sure that Culture Days is a really fun event for everybody, and so I really enjoyed myself there.
Good. Councillor Billingsley.
Nothing to add other than report is submitted.
Perfect. We're ready for the question. Those in favor? Carried unanimously. You didn't submit a report, Councillor Elliott. Sorry, I'll qualify it. You didn't submit a report on time.
No excuses.
Mr. Mayor, may I just say something, please, related to that? Further to what Councillor Blatz was talking about with the treaty partner gathering at Enoch, it was suggested that Wetaskiwin Musqueam host next year. So I don't know if that needs to become a business case or a budget item, but it was suggested that we do that, and most of us who were there kind of nodded and said we'll try to get it done.
I would suggest that somebody champions that and takes it on, otherwise nobody will.
Thank you.
Item 13.1, correspondence from the Edmonton International Speedway in Wetaskiwin. We had a letter of thanks, looking for a motion to accept as information. Councillor Nielsen, those in favor? Carried unanimously. Item 14.1, closed session to discuss pertaining pertaining to the freedom of information and protection of privacy, Section 24. Looking for a motion to go into closed session, please. Councillor Blatz, those in favor? Carried unanimously. Thank you.
It's not out of malice, right?
Pardon?
Yeah. Yeah.
Probably not. I think it'll come up in discussion in Wayne's community safety plan. Looking for a motion to come out of closed session, please. Councillor Nielsen, those in favor? Carried unanimously. We're going to add 14.2, motion coming out of closed session regarding the tax roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The motion would read, I move that City Council approve tax penalty relief of $187.99 for tax roll 321750.
Somebody like to make that motion? Councillor Blatz, any discussion? We're ready for the question. Those in favor? Carried unanimously. Moving on to 15.1, welcome to Wetaskiwin Week.
Mr. Mayor, I would move that the City Council directs administration to investigate a Welcome to Wetaskiwin Week and report back to Council at the regular Council meeting on November 27th, 23. And there is an attachment there from what Camrose was doing. And I just, at the bottom of it, their little blurb, it says, join these events, meet new people, and explore what Camrose area has to offer. And I just thought this might be something that we could do when families are coming back after summer vacation. One year we, as council, went across the street and cooked hot dogs for the high school students and interacted with them, and it was really a positive thing. And I see what Camrose is doing, and I feel that we should do this too and work on starting the year with a positive environment. So
Good. I like it. Any further discussion? Councillor Blatz.
Thank you. Through the chair, no, this is a great idea, honestly. I read through this and I was just like, oh my gosh, this is really nice, because there's very few opportunities to have something like this where it's just a whole week of literally just positivity in the community. So this is really nice and I like it.
well, the other thing I was thinking about too, Mr. Mayor, was maybe we get some cultural grant funding for this, because a lot of the activities relate to culture. So anyway, that's my hope.
Good. Councillor Billingsley.
Thank you. Question to administration. Which department would handle this? And would they have the capacity with budget coming up and other things that are going on, if that's a fair timeline to have this come back to us?
Through the chair to Councillor Billingsley, that would be Mr. Edgington's division. I think November 27th would be enough time. We could, a lot of this stuff is just free access to city facilities, so we could touch base with Camrose and see what they do and what it costs.
So this is not telling administration, do this. This is saying,
bring some information back.
Bring information back. Thank you.
Go ahead, Councillor.
And finally, Mr. Mayor, I think with the interagency, just from being at the meeting last week, there seems to be a flavor that they would like to get involved and do some things in our community as well. So I think we would have some support from them.
Good.
Thank you.
Anything further? Ready for the question? Those in favor? Carried unanimously. Added agenda item 15.2, Central Alberta Homeless Data Collection.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Pardon me. Part of the reason I made a motion to table the earlier item was that I still think there's more information to be had as part of our deliberation process. Pardon me. One of the things that I don't think our community understands is that when council voted to do something with regard to a shelter, it was voted on based on some assumptions that were made. An assumption that we'd have less police involvement, we'd have less ambulance involvement, we'd have less emergency room involvement, because the mission would help suppress some of those numbers. So that's the first part. I think the public needs to know that we're not out trying to mess with the community, but we're out trying to make it a better community. But I also think we haven't assessed or evaluated our success towards those assumptions. Were we right? Were we wrong? And if we were wrong, what would the numbers tell us? I would like us to see what the impact of the shelter has been on the RCMP,
and on emergency room services and on ambulance availability. Because all of what we were trying to create was a better community for our community to access ER, access ambulance service, and have more officers out on the beat more often. So that's the first piece of information I'd like to collect. The other parts of it, and I think Councillor Elliott spoke to it a little bit too, is as the potential for the homeless shelter to become a permanent facility and actually take up to 120 clients or residents, I guess I'd like to know how many shelters or MAP programs, not counting Edmonton, are actually surrounding our community of, say, 100 kilometers, 1 hour away. How many beds and mats are available in these communities, and what are their occupancy rates? Like Ponoka, are they planning on operating over the winter months? I think that would give us an indication as to whether we might expect or anticipate more numbers coming from smaller communities that don't have facilities or facilities that may be closing. I think it gives us a bit of a projection into the future about what the implications of that might be for our community. And then lastly, I know that a lot of when we talked about the shelter, we talked about not spending community dollars to solve what we thought was a provincial issue. And from my time and attention at the conference last week in Edmonton, it became glaringly apparent that councils were spending considerable amount of money in support of police work with regard to the vulnerable population. And even a week ago, we talked about as a group the costs that we might be incurring in terms of a shelter or an encampment cleanup. Who's bearing those costs? What are those costs going to be, and so forth? So my last question would be, how much municipal money is being spent on each of these communities in support of the vulnerable population? So these are questions that I would like to see us get answers to as part of a bigger picture. Will we become the hub for Central Alberta to have an ever-increasing number come in? So that's, do I need to put that into motion? Is that the best way to do it? Bear with me then. I would like, and I talked to Sue previously about that, and that's why I also said the date of December 11th. She said she thought it would take that much time for her staff to collect some of these answers to these questions. So I would like to move that administration be directed to investigate the something or other, shelter, wow. Sorry, I didn't give this a lot of thought that way. Direct administration to examine communities within 100 kilometers of Wetaskiwin in relation to what services they're providing for the homeless, numbers, beds, so forth, and what kind of tax dollars are being spent in supporting their homeless populations. And then I've got a whole bunch of questions here which I can just give to administration.
Does that work for you in terms of, yeah, and does that work for council then if you have a relatively vague motion with direction given through through questions as outlined by Councillor Nielsen?
As long as we're CC'd on the questions, absolutely.
Okay.
It's very secretive. Are you okay with that, Sue? You've seen the questions, so.
Anything other than what you've highlighted already?
No.
Okay. Any discussion? We're ready for the question. Those in favor? Carried unanimously. 15.3, Community Safety Plan.
Well, what's struck me again from so much of what we've heard from our community is, or at least from a segment of our community, the perception of shut the shelter down tomorrow. All our problems will go away. I think there's a misperception out there that we can do that, when in actual fact, as we've discussed previously, Hope Mission is here for an extended period of time based on permissions we've granted through motion up through next year and into the early fall for sure.
With a contract with the province, not with the city.
Yes. But we've allowed that.
Correct. I just want to make it clear
Yeah,
that
for sure.
the agreement isn't with the city.
But I think it's really critically important that as we have heard from some of our community, their concern for public safety, and we've heard from the business community, their concern for the impact of the vulnerable population on their businesses, that we take some significant time and develop, I'm going to call it a community safety plan. I know that Paul and his department are working with Safe Community, I don't remember the acronym off the top of my head and so forth, which is intended to be more long-term. And I think it would behoove us to let our community know that we've heard a section from our community and that we have listened and we are equally concerned for their safety or their well-being. And today, even in this room, I heard Hope Mission talking about a new van service. I heard Citizens Patrol talking. We've talked about 35 social agencies meeting at interagency. We have talked about actions taken by the city with regard to encampments. And I think all those things tie together in a community safety plan or an action plan that rather than working in silos that Citizens on Patrol are going to do this and Hope Mission is going to run the van, that we actually coordinate some of this so we don't know what the left and right hands are doing so that we can report to the community that we're actually doing something about community safety. And so with that in mind, I'll make another vague motion. I would like to move that administration do something. Bring partners to the table to develop a community safety plan to address safety concerns in our community. Boy, that's a lame. I'm trying to get to the point where there's some urgency to it, that we're not doing this for for January and February. That I guess I'm looking to you, Sue, I'm sorry, through the chair to Sue, and I don't even know that my colleagues feel the same way I do, but my hope is that we can do something rather quickly, pull some people together that have the same vested interest, and we've even heard from the RCMP what they perceive their role going to be in the next little while too. So all these pieces coming together can really, I think, assure the city, A, we've heard, we're bringing the partners together, and we're constructing a plan to address their concerns. So I guess I would turn to you and say, what kind of a timeline,
Through the chair to Councilor Nielsen, so you mean something other than the community safety well-being plan that's being worked on right now? Like more immediate?
I think it's important that, so the answer is yes. And even if it's stuff that we've already sort of got in the works and planned, I think if it's wrapped into a little short-term community safety plan, it says we're listening, as opposed to we aren't going to do anything for a couple of weeks or months or whatever to hear back from the the Safety and Well-being Committee. Because I think that will come into play in all of this as well.
I know Paul heard some stuff at the meeting and they have a bit of a plan there, so maybe I'll let him explain that. That might answer some of your...
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, through the mayor to Councillor Nielsen. So at the we hosted an engagement through the Canadian Municipal Network on Crime Prevention last week with local businesses in the community. One of the outcomes of that session was to create a working group with partners in the community, facilitated by the CMNCP, to look at immediate actions that we could take from what we heard out of those sessions, and then report it back to the community, but not just with the city, with the Hope Mission, the RCMP, Wetaskiwin FCSS, and any other community partners or agencies that made sense to be a part of that. So that piece is already moving forward without council motion as part of our broader strategy, understanding that out of that engagement last week, the community needed to take some action, and so the Community Safety and Wellbeing Steering Committee that oversees all of it is already very much looped in on the specific actions we can take from that engagement, as well as there is that larger strategy and plan coming back to council for approval end of this year, early next year. The steering committee as well is meeting in October to look at the information that's come back from the data collection through the year, through the summer, to start developing those strategies moving forward. So there is quite a bit of work happening. And to your point on that immediate action, the team meets tomorrow with the facilitator from the CMNCP to talk about the next steps forward on those working groups that were committed to outside of the facilitation last week.
No, if I may, through the chair. Paul, what was the timeline you were thinking where you'd see some tangible actions?
Through the Mayor to Councillor Nielsen, our internal team, specifically our Economic Development Department, as well as myself, would like to see something within the next couple of weeks. And so the tentative plan was there was a number of local businesses that put their hands up at the end of that engagement to be more involved in working groups. And then CMNCP was going to have their facilitator work with those groups, as well as some of city staff, as well as some partners, to figure out what immediate actions we could take, and then to bring that back to the community.
Sorry, I'm just slow and old and tired and processing. So as the RCMP take action in the next short while, as Inspector Spans talked about, or bylaw does whatever bylaw does out on the south end of town, that's just siloed actions?
Through the Mayor to Councillor Nelson, so I'll use the working group as an example because that's an immediate thing that's happening. So over the next this week into next week, the working group is going to meet for the first time, and they're going to be working with local businesses and some of our staff and some of the agencies in town to talk about what immediate actions we can take. Once those immediate actions have been identified, then the Community Safety and Wellbeing Steering Committee would be essentially shown the plan to figure out how we implement that plan. The city would have a portion of that plan to implement, and if there are any costs and stuff like that, we would come back to council. But there are things that other agencies are able to potentially do, and I'll give the example of Hope Mission. One of the things we heard out of the engagement last week was that the community wants to see more programming. And so one of the actions that I know that the group's talked about already is what programming will the Hope Mission be able to do. And so everything that comes out of those working sessions with those local businesses is going to come to the steering committee in pretty short order here to say what actions can we take, and that's definitely the first steps of moving out of those silos that you're talking about into more of that outcome-based action.
So would it be safe to say then, Paul, that at the next council meeting we'd have had some feedback from you from those committees or that working group?
Through the Mayor to Councillor Nelson, between now and the next council meeting, absolutely. Okay. And if we committed to that with the local businesses, right? That we would continue that process, and it's already a process that we've committed to financially through that work we're doing with the CMNCP.
Thank you. I'm okay at this point.
Okay, piggyback off that a little bit. What can we do in terms of our own CPTED crime prevention through environmental design? The corner of 37A Ave and 56th Street, there's 4 spruce trees there that are well attended, as well as the grassy area around Pizza Hut. Can we remove those trees and create a not so comfortable place for people to hang out? And so as I go through this list, there are going to be increasingly left-handed comments, I guess I could say. So if we can get rid of those trees and it's less desirable to be sitting on the corner of 37A Ave and 56th Street and move a rest area closer to the shelter, so we create a better area for somebody to hang out as opposed to around a business in that area, which would, I hope, give our RCMP and CP officers a better ability to move people along from loitering around businesses? I'll stop there and let you answer, and then I'll carry on.
To the mayor, so one of the big discussions last week was centered around SEPTED and what could we do from a SEPTED perspective in the next short order. And so I know through those working groups and working with the CMNCP, SEPTED will be front and center of actions we can take immediately. So the discussions we'll be having from the City of Wetaskiwin administration will be centered around those SEPTED, like specific things that the group feels is a good idea and worth our while to look at and explore.
Okay, and through our bylaw capabilities, is it to that?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I guess I'm in full support of what's just been suggested by Mayor Ganem. But I had communicated with Sue earlier with regard to some SEPTED activities around City Hall to ensure safety for our employees. That was done without any turning that over to a committee, if you will, or a working group. And if it's okay for the city to take that and make that decision on behalf of its employees rather quickly, why would we need to wait for a working group to say, cut down the trees on the corner that Tyler's talking about? Why couldn't we go out tomorrow and chop down all those trees?
Through the mayor to Councillor Nielsen, I think it's really important that no matter what SEPTED actions administration pursues, that we ensure it has the desired outcome and effect. And I am not a SEPTED expert, and I know you folks know that, but we do, our CPO sergeant has a background in that, as well as does our consultant with the CMNCP, and so I would want to know that whatever SEPTED recommendations that we were to pursue, that they have the desired effect, instead of it just being that we chopped some trees down and nothing changed. And so there's that piece to SEPTED as well, that sometimes you can pursue things that don't really have the desired impact.
No, I don't, sorry. I totally agree. But we've gone ahead with the SEPTED project around City Hall, and I don't know that any of those assessments were made prior to taking down hedges, and is it going to meet the intended outcome?
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, they have. So we have, this has actually been an ongoing project for quite some time, and Trent has made recommendations. I wanted all the hedges removed, and Trent actually said that we should just remove certain sections. So we have done that work, and there's nothing saying that we can't rip those trees down. If council wants us to send Trent out there tomorrow to look at that and have a look and make recommendations, we can do that. But to Paul's point, there's a lot of decisions sometimes that get made without thinking through all of the unintended consequences, and I think that's where he's trying to slow us down a little bit with that. The project around City Hall has literally been ongoing for well over a year. We have taken our time ad nauseum sometimes to
okay,
review stuff.
and I made the assumption incorrectly, obviously, that SEPTED was not a consideration with those, so I stand down.
In terms of potential bylaws that we can have as a municipality in terms of loitering, is there something that we can put in place to give tools to our CPOs and RCMP to move people along? And I get that if I decide I'm going to hang out on the front lawn of City Hall because that's where I want to hang out, there's nothing saying that I can't do that. And part of the issue that we have in the community is that people are hanging out, not illegally per se, and we don't have the ability or the tools to move them along. Is there something that we can implement that would help our CPOs and RCMP alleviate some of those issues?
Yeah, through the mayor, I don't have an answer for you specifically. The approach to looking into that further would be to look at our community standards bylaw with perhaps some legal advice from that perspective to ensure we're not infringing on charter rights, and then as well to look at what potentially other communities have done to combat the issue of loitering. And so those will be all elements that we'll look at, is what is within our means from a city administration that we might be able to bring to the table, as well as to ensure that whatever we are bringing to the table from the city is also that the local businesses feel like that is going to make the biggest impact.
Yeah. And I think there's a bit of a misconception maybe with some people that I'm not at my absolute wit's end with dealing with the issue as well. And I want to make it perfectly clear that I am absolutely at my wit's end dealing with the issue as well. My support of a shelter is to make sure that, or my hope is to make sure that our city is better moving forward than it has been in the past. Since I've been on council, I've had the same conversations with people about them not feeling safe going shopping on the south end or visiting some of the businesses on the south end, and that was back in 2013, long before we had a shelter. My hope is that through the supports that we have or that we're going to implement is that it changes that for our community, because doing nothing before wasn't changing what was happening in our community. I totally appreciate, hear, see, and understand the fear, the frustration, and the anger that people are experiencing in the community, because I am feeling it too. My push for a shelter and social supports is to try to ensure that our city is safer moving forward, recognizing that we've been in this position for a long time. As I stated earlier, long before we had a shelter in place in 2017, Wetaskiwin was Alberta's most dangerous city. Our crime severity index has been an issue for years, a decade probably, and it continues to get worse. So my hope through bringing in new RCMP, through working with justice, through working with our Crown Prosecutor's Office, all of those things that tie together into creating a safer community is what's going to happen. If at some point something gets pinched off and isn't working the way that it should be, it creates a backlog of issues for everything else. So very clearly, I hear you and I see you. I do understand the frustration. I'm feeling it too. I'm trying to find solutions to create a safer Wetaskiwin, not create a bigger problem. So, now this is a completely left-handed comment, and obviously I don't feel that we need to be going down this road. But what does it look like if Wetaskiwin becomes a dry community and we don't have liquor stores here?
To the mayor, I don't have an answer for you either, but we could explore those impacts if council were to direct us to look at that challenge specifically, and we would most likely do that with the Community Safety and Wellbeing Steering Committee to talk about that together and not just in silos.
And this is to deal with a social issue, not with the business side of it. So before somebody makes the attempt that I'm anti-business, that is not the case at all. Sir Billingsley.
Question, we don't really have a motion on the floor.
No, it was
withdrawn.
So, general comments. Through the chair to Paul, the steering committee, who will be setting this up? Who decides who's on it?
Mayor to Councillor Billingsley. So we meet with the consultants from the CMNCP who are helping us through this with our community safety wellbeing steering, or safety plan, sorry. There was a number of local businesses that were in attendance that put their hands up. I know some of them, I don't have all of their names, but they'll be working with a facilitator moving forward. And I don't actually know process or protocol just yet. We're meeting on that tomorrow. But it's a community-driven effort with the CMNCP, and so a number of people have already volunteered their hands, and that they will proceed.
Okay. Councillor Elliott? Anything further? We are adjourned at 16:22.
No, I have my...
What did you have? 15:4. Oh, 15:4, I'm sorry. I crossed it off already. 15:4. Councillor Billingsley, additional security service.
Yes, kind of ties into a little bit of our last conversation. Attended the business concerns, I guess, with crime security in and around the south end of town. I heard loud and clear that there was many people in that area that did not feel safe, whether it was at Walmart, whether it was at Canadian Tire, whether it was at the movie theater. And I'd like to see something implemented sooner than later. So having said that, I am going to make a motion. Then we can discuss the merits of it. I move that City Council directs administration to hire a security firm to assist law enforcement efforts regarding business safety around the shelter to a maximum of $30,000 to be funded from the contingency reserve.
Moved by Councillor Billingsley. Any discussion? Councillor Bronco.
Thank you. My colleague, I love the idea, but what about the business on the north end of town? Are they left out, or are we just going to monitor the ones on the south side? So the ones that are getting broken in on east, west, or west side, what do we say to them? We're going to have to wait till maybe you get more property, whatever. I don't agree with 30 if it's to take care of some of the hot zones, but also monitor the rest of our business community.
May I speak to that? Councillor Branco, we were shown at the hot spots, which were overwhelmingly in that area. And I'm really trying to appease some of the concerns that were happening from that meeting, that staff weren't feeling safe to leave the theater. People weren't, and I guess I'm wondering if I don't need to say something about regarding the business safety. It was also public safety. I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just looking to short-term come up with a solution. I don't know if it's a solution. It's help until these other things come along. This is not a long-term solution to the problem, obviously, but it may help some of segment of our population who don't feel safe and don't feel safe coming and going to their businesses, or people not feeling safe going into a business.
Councillor Bronco, make sure you're speaking into your mic and that it's on.
So the wording of, I think I agree with the money and I would support that. The wording of it just in a certain area, because everybody's vulnerable in our community. So I'm trying to figure a word to say, extra security for our community. Would that cover everybody without taking off certain section of this resident or this other resident, it just, if we just label one group and then we're going to be in the same boat what's the matter with this group or that group? So if we were the wording, I think the wording is a very important role to play. An extra $30,000 to help monitor the safety of our community.
Yeah, but they're not going to be patrolling all of the city. They've identified the south end of the city around the shelter as a hot spot and where a lot of the crime is happening. So it's not a community security program. It's for what's been identified as a security issue.
Okay, so if we were to use the word community hotspots, would that be?
What difference does it make? I think Councillor Billingsley has pointed out where he'd like the security detail to be put. Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, but there are people on Main Street who feel unsafe going to their vehicles or coming from their vehicles when they go into work and come from work. And so there are those people. I'm agreeing with Councillor Bronco about this, that yes, we have hot spots, but there are also other people in our community feeling unsafe, not just the Southside business community.
Councillor Billingsley.
Thank you. Question to administration. What does it cost to have a security in a vehicle, either for an 8-hour shift or a 24-hour shift? I mean, at what point are we, how far is $30,000 going to take us?
Through the Mayor to Councillor Billingsley. So I did ask CPO Sergeant prior to this meeting just for some cost estimates at really high level, And so he estimated if you were to go with a 24/7 patrol through certain areas of town, you're looking between $30,000 and $50,000 a month. And I just want to caveat is that was 24/7, right? So to your comment on the 8 hours, you would have to extrapolate based off of that number for 24/7.
And so, working with administration, that would be, we just dictate the money. It would be Trent's expertise to know where that would fit best. Is that?
Through the Mayor to Councillor Billingsley. So if Council were to approve this money, our enforcement services area would manage that and then work with the RCMP and even perhaps local businesses just to ensure that where the patrols were happening was actually providing the best results.
Thank you.
Do you have an idea of what the impact of the last security patrols we had were? Did it make a difference?
To the Mayor, and speaking with our CPO Sergeant, it essentially provided an additional eyes and ears in that while the patrols were happening, they were eyes and would phone the RCMP or would phone bylaw if they were around. Like our bylaw only operates until midnight, or 11 or midnight. So, but they were there in the early hours of the morning, and so they could report things. But in regards to making an impact as far as making the community feel safer, we don't have that information. It essentially all it becomes is eyes and ears for our bylaw and RCMP.
Councillor Aberley.
Thank you, Mayor Gandam. My question, and it's sort of reverting back to that, and I mean it to sound as nicely as possible. Why 30,000? Like for how long, where is that going to go? Because I just don't fully understand the number. Is it 30,000 until December? Does it make sense?
Well, we certainly could spend more. If you're talking 24/7, it's going to cost 30 to 50 grand. I'm not sure exactly when you say 30 to 50,000 dollars. That's a big difference, and I'm not sure how. Is it 30 or is it 50? Now the question is, in my opinion, it would be up to administration to come back to us and say, money's gone. Now what do you want to do? Or the money's approaching to be gone soon. What do you want to do?
So and I think the reason I'm asking the question, Councillor Billingsley, is that is 30,000 going to be used up tomorrow, right? So do we have an idea as council how long we would like to see this security service lasting, and trying to give, not telling them how to do their jobs, but telling them what our sort of scope is for it?
And I think, I'm not sure who asked the question if we had data of how well it worked. I'm sorry, I wasn't. Yes. So I'd like to know whether or not this is making a difference before committing to 60, 90, $150,000. I'd rather not throw good money after bad. So whether or not at that point, if we know that it is making a difference at $30,000, wonderful. Then we can always come back and say, okay, and until we get to the master plan, I guess. So I'm okay with the $30,000. And then from there, if it's working, then we can always come back and make amendments to the dollar amounts.
Please feel free to tell me that I'm not understanding, because it is possible. If I said if I vote for $30,000 now, and then in 2 weeks somebody they came back and said we need another $30,000, my intent isn't that $30,000 is being used up in 2 weeks. As we look at the money that we're spending towards this, because, yeah, it needs to be something that we're able to sustain, as Councillor Nielsen's saying in my ear, thank you, but also, yeah, I think that's what I'm looking at. Or is it just until these things come forward?
I truly don't believe we're going to solve the problem for $30,000, right? I get that. But I'd like to know at least that it's making a difference.
For how long?
However long the $30,000 lasts, right? If this isn't going to be, this position would not be filled for that $30,000 tomorrow, right? So originally I had actually considered spending upwards of actually it was $20,000 per month for the next 3 months. But I gave it some second thought because of the fact that I don't know, I would rather see results before spending more money.
Thank you, I need to think.
While you think, Councillor Elliott?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A couple of things. We would need to have some data, some current data, so we can have a comparison as to where we are now and what's happening with the $30,000. The other thing is, I heard earlier from Paul that we are going to be ridding ourselves of the tent city, which is in that area, which may also impact the stats from what's going on. So I think those things need to be taken into consideration as well. Thank you.
Councillor Bronco.
I don't mind spending 30, 40,000, but if we're going to spend 60, we're almost at half the cost of a COP or, police officer. Why not just see what it costs? If the RCMP is $160,000 for a year, have them go for a year, but we know they're going to be there for 6, 7 months. So 2 months, winter time's going to come. We know we're going to have the issues. We know that. I think a lot of us understand we need help immediately. But if I'm going to spend that kind of money for 2, 3 months, why not hire a full-time either city police officer or an RCMP? It's a catch-22. We're caught between 2 stones. Which will you go? You guys spend money.
Because if you hire one RCMP, they're on a 4-on, 4-off schedule, so you'd need 4 members to be there 24 hours a day.
So if we hire, I think the cost we got, one RCMP, if we hire 2, the police officers probably split them up 1 8-hour shift. Because obviously we're looking at night shift. During the day,
Not necessarily.
not necessarily.
Not necessarily.
I think if we're going to hire some security system, we might as well hire that as controls.
Just to rebuttal, I guess. As you had stated, Mr. Mayor, that RCMP, that's only an 8-hour shift as opposed to...
I think they're 12s. They have a 4-on,
What,
4-off schedule.
it's not full-time, right? And one officer cost is $163,000, right? So, and that's only working probably 48 weeks a year, right? Whereas if we contract out private security, we control them. We have the contract with them. We decide what they do. And whereas RCMP, we don't tell them what to do.
Forget the RCMP, have our own city office. Can't hire it. Grant City can't find anybody.
Right. I mean, this is this was a short term, this is not a permanent solution. This is just to alleviate some concerns that many of the residents and business owners have stated to us.
Councillor Nielsen.
Thank you. I like the idea, and I think it speaks a little bit to what I was hoping through a community safety plan, something urgent, something
relatively quickly while Paul and his committee put something together with his steering group. And so I think the sooner we can do something to show the community we're acting, we're listening, we're hearing, and we're respecting their concerns, the better. And I guess what I heard from Karen is, I don't want to know that in 2 days, $30,000 is gone and you're back asking me again, because we didn't do the homework up front to say, what's 30 grand going to buy us? And so for me, I support the notion of something happening for a month while Paul's committee starts coming up with some recommendations moving forward. And I guess my comment would be, if we've got $30,000 for a month, Paul, figure out what we can buy for our $30,000, and let's take some stats and talk to the RCMP about when they think the prime times might be for this service to be available. And if it means we get them for 8-hour shifts every day, because that's all we can get for 30,000, or 12-hour shifts for 30,000, then that's the dollars we've put into it. And the RCMP, I think, and Trent can probably tell us what the optimum times are for them to be in operation as the extra set of eyes and ears. So I support it fully. I support the 30,000. I support the month. Now I need to know about how much $30,000 is going to buy me for a month.
Councillor Blatz.
Does that make sense?
Thank you. And yeah, I'm struggling with this one too, because my whole issue is that I understand the safety issues and the concerns that are going on and like the urgency to do something now. But what we heard from Paul was that there wasn't really much heard about if it was actually effective or not this last time. So I'm not sure if it's more of a perception that we're trying to create by having a security guard there. The thing is too, is that like once we have one, then I'm concerned that what if we go to 8-hour shifts and then all of a sudden it's just like we're missing prime time for when it's going to be, then we flip it and say, okay, now you're going to do nights, and then all of a sudden it turns out it's during the day that's the problem. And so what happens if 8-hour shifts just aren't effective at all, and then we just spent $30,000 for nothing? And so yeah, I'm really wrestling with this because I want something in place that can happen now to make everybody feel better, but at the same time it's like, is it going to be really worth it if in the past it didn't really improve feelings of safety? And yeah, like I don't want it to be like a token of safety. I would want something that's efficient, is what I'm kind of trying to say.
Councillor Aberley.
Thank you, Mayor Gandam. I would like to make an amendment to the motion.
Okay.
And I would like to add the words for 30 days. So I understand that they're up to 30,000 for 30 days. So because I'm with most of what I've heard here, is I am supportive of the money as a trial at this point. I need a date for me as to how long we think that this might be. I apologize, 4:30 on a Monday. So an amendment saying for 30 days, up to 30,000 for 30 days.
Amendment by Councillor Aberley to the amendment.
So we have a council meeting on the 23rd, I believe. I'm wondering then, and because administration has nothing better to do going through budget, that we have a report back of the success of this? Is that sort of what you're looking for on this?
They could report back with other findings, yes, if that is where they came back on the 23rd, but for all honesty, it's about making sure that it is not a continuing request that's going to come up next month, because I want to be able to wrap my head around $30,000 for 30 days. If that makes sense. I know what we're looking into, that it is for a specific amount of time if we need to re-talk later.
So your amendment reads, can you repeat what your amendment is saying?
It was up to 30,000.
Up to 30,000 for 30 days.
For 30 days.
So in your amendment then, where is the provision for this to go forward after that?
There isn't.
So it's, okay.
And if, yeah, report back on the 23rd then if that's, but.
What are we reporting back?
I'm sorry, it's late. On success, success isn't the word, on progress to date in regards to activities happening in said area. I need to start seeing things on paper, like written down, because it was you originally to the south end. So are we seeing a reduction in what we're looking for it to do?
Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to speak against the motion, the amendment. I think if $30,000 will go for 45 days, then let's do it for 45 days and see what happens, see what stats we have after that. The RCMP are going to be more involved. Hope Mission has said that they're going to be looking at their structure and their regulations, so we will have that as well. We also have changing seasons, and I think that the more than, or the $30,000 may carry us into colder months, so we need to know what's going on in the colder months too. So if the $30,000 will go into the middle of November, then I would be in favor of just continuing on till we spend the $30,000.
Yep.
Thank you.
Sue?
Thank you. I just was hoping to get a little bit of clarity to Lisa's put the motion up. Are you still looking at 24/7?
I would leave that up to administration of what.
Okay, then could I make a suggestion that it is for the days, when you say 30 days, say at least 30 days, then that would address extending it further. If administration comes back and says the hotspots are 10 hours a day, then we only hire for 10 hours a day. We could modify it a little bit.
And that was my intent, was that at least 30,000, at least 30 days. Longer, good. Shorter, I'm concerned.
So your recommendation is what, Sue, on the original motion? No, we're speaking now to the amendment only. But that's not what's up, is not out, is not the amendment.
No, I think that just reads your initial.
Yes, but we can't speak to that. We got to speak to the amendment.
Yeah. Councillor Bronco.
Can we just ask administration to go to Paul and say, how many days of $30,000 days?
We can, but the amendment right now is up to $30,000 for 30 days.
I would vote against that, man, because if we can get more money for what we're doing, well, let's go for it. So what if 30 days costs more than $30,000? So we have a budget of $30,000. We're anticipating that the budget's going to, the money, $30,000 will give us 30 days. We don't know that until we get a quote from Paul. So we're asking for $30,000 for 30 days, $1,000 a day. What if we found somebody, what if it's not 30,000 and it's $1,200 a day?
The amendment is 30,000, so if you're voting against it, that's fine.
Okay.
Thank you. Anything further? Councillor Nielsen.
I guess now I'm starting to wrestle with what is it that we want? And I think Sue sort of led into that.
Do we want 24/7? Like, is it the dollar figure that we're wrestling with, or is it the service level we're wrestling with? Because on the one hand, we say, well, let's spend $30,000, but then we're saying, well, if it can't be 24/7, then what are we gonna do then? So what is it we as a council are hoping to get for $30,000? 24/7? 12 hours a day? What are we trying to tackle here? We know we've got a dollar figure in the back of everybody's head. They're saying, yeah, I'm good for 30 grand.
The amendment is 30,000 for 30 days. So if you're not in favor of that and you'd like to see something else, then we can vote on this and carry on from there and have some other amendments if so desired. Anything further to the amendment? Those in favor? Opposed? Defeated. Back to the original motion.
Yeah, I know, I hear you.
No. The original motion is hire a security firm to assist law enforcement with security and safety for businesses on the south side and around the shelter for the amount up to $30,000 funded from the contingency reserve.
May I call a question?
No. Oh, yeah, you can.
Sure.
I'd like to call a question.
Okay. We're ready for the question. Those in favor? Opposed? Defeated. Anything further? Nope.
What do you mean, nope? If I may.
I'm going to defer to my city clerk to find out if you may.
Pardon me?
I'm going to defer to my city clerk if you may. I don't know procedure on if new business has been called, if new business can continue, or if it's not on the agenda, if it can continue on. That's why I'm deferring to my city clerk.
Then I'll keep quiet till you do.
Okay.
Same topic, yep. But not the same motion.
Sorry? Go ahead.
Well, my question was going back to the originator of the original motion 10 motions ago. Can you share what it was you're trying to accomplish?
I can speak to that.
What were you hoping to secure for the amount of money you're wanting to spend?
Essentially, what I was looking to do was to give some feeling of safety to the business owners and/or consumers and/or residents of that area around the shelter. And how far out you go, that I don't know that answer. And it was more so of a stopgap to either budget if we want to add more CPOs, or through the group that community safety and well-being. But I just don't want to sit back and say, yeah, I heard you, but I ain't going to do anything about it.
Okay. Yeah, okay.
And now we've essentially defeated it, so we're not going to do anything about it. At least not today.
But I'd like to pursue this a little bit further with you. In your
Point of order, Mr. Mayor. This was discussed, this was voted upon, and I think the issue should be put to bed.
Yeah, I don't disagree. Meeting adjourned at 16:52. We are.
What was that? Can we have a